Well, good morning and a pleasure to be here in Oklahoma City at this fine event. Got a nice heifer calf to start things off with, a brindle female that's really nice in terms of her stoutness of feature, wide base, genuine in her upper rib shape, gives you a look of balance and proportion when the young lady gets her propped up over here on the side. Congratulations to you. Good way to start the day.
Well, congratulations in Class 11. These are Beef Builder late spring heifer calves. First place will go to back number 2001. This is Jam JBB Reba 347L, exhibited by Foster Ketting. We're now going to bring in Class 12. We'll look for 3 entries in this class.
Another really nice class of females, and the heifer that leads off does so in a big hurry, in my opinion. Really fresh and attractive and sound in the way she's made on her feet and legs. She gets out in motion, picks them up, and sets them down the accurate, appropriate way. And then over here on the profile, just tremendous amount of depth of rib, shape to her center body, and she's genuine in terms of her structural width. Nice heifer, good way to start off. The next two are a little different in their type and kind. There's a really strong lined, expressive, shapely female here in second that needs more depth of rib. She needs to be softer in the rear rib and flank and made with just more flesh and ability from a female standpoint. The heifer that comes in third, big outline, long-bodied, level-designed heifer, just needs more natural width and shape and power from one end to the next. Let's give the 3 girls a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations in our second class here in your Junior Beef Builder Show. First place will go to back number 2004. This is Miss JMS Dior L 374, exhibited by Jalen Smith of Rosebud, Arkansas. Second place will also go to Jalen Smith, and third place to Lena King of Weber Falls, Oklahoma. We're now going to bring in Class 13. These are Beef Builder Junior heifer calves born January through February of 2023.
really stout-featured, brindle-hided female to start the pair with. I think at the ground there's a big-footed, heavy-structured heifer that gets out and travels correct off of her front end. And then she's got more natural depth and softness to her when you study her from the profile. Heifer that has a nice look once we get her stopped and poised in over there on the rear view. Congratulations to the young lady on bringing a nice heifer. Heifer in seconds, natural in terms of her muscle shape. She's got some expression down her top. She's thick from behind. Gives you a neat look up through the front third of her body. She just gets a little struggle-like off of her front end. When you get her into motion, she needs more depth of rib and softness to her rear cavity to make her a more maternal appearing. Congratulations, both young ladies.
Well, congratulations in Class 13, first place. So go to back number 2006. This is AAAC Libby 79L, exhibited by Ava Cordell of Wichita Falls, Texas. Second place and congratulations went to Miss MF Jade, exhibited by Aubrey Pettit of Page, Texas. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in. Our judge will select this champion reserve here in your first division. Well, congratulations, your junior heifer calf champion coming out of class 12. That was back number 2004, Miss JMS Dior, L374, exhibited by Jalen Smith of Rosebud, Arkansas. And reserve champion will come out of that first class. Congratulations, will go to Foster County of Memphis, Texas. We're now going to bring in class 14. These are beef builder winter heifer calves born November to December of 2022. Currently in ring 2, we are taking a photo backdrop break before we start our open Charlet show. Again, we are going to take a photo backdrop break over here in ring 2.
It's a really nice pair of like-heighted females, and I think there's some give and take, and it's very close here on this initial pair. But they separate themselves just based off of volume and fleshing ability within this class. And then I think the difference is there's a really fresh appearing female here in first that's strong in her line. She blends really smooth and proportional when you study her from the side. And I think she's probably got more natural turn to her full rib and back up to the upper part of her body. I think, too, that she gives you a very nice, attractive look from the profile. And she's a little smoother and cleaner in her joint work and in her underpinnings. The heifer that comes in second, I really like the length of body. I think she's very stout when you step right in behind her. She's got all the right pieces. They're not wanting to blend maybe as smooth, and she's not wanting to act quite as right and set up and prop up to an elite level over here on the profile. I think she's got the look and she's got the stoutness and the feature. I'd like to clean her up in her hock and make her just a hair smoother in her joint work. The heifer in third is straight lines. She's level out of her hip. She gives you a feminine look up through her front end. She's just a little too fragile and frail in her lower skeleton. I'd like to make her a hair softer and deeper and more pliable through her rib cage. The female we close with is tremendous in terms of the shape of her top. Very stout when you study them from behind. She gets just a little coarse and rough when you get over here on the side view of her. I'd like to make her a little more feminine and elegant in the way she's put together from the profile. Nice job, very good class.
Well, congratulations in Class 14. First place will go to back number 2007. This is OCC Bricktown's Winifred, exhibited by Sophie McGuire. Second place, and congratulations, went to back number 2009. FLC Knockout 211K, exhibited by Ava Cordell. Third place was exhibited by Foster Canning of Memphis, Texas. And fourth place will go to Lena King of Weber Falls, Oklahoma. We'll now look to see your final class in this division. This is Class 15, Beef Builder Senior Heifer Calves, born September to December of 2022.
Little challenge in here in this pair, two totally different types and kinds, and probably like to change and modify something on right ahead off of either one of these. For me, though, it's apparent that we've got a mass advantage, a substance advantage, and then two, we get them into motion, and I never catch her taking a bad step out of her rear skeleton compared to our one that comes right in behind her. I like the pliable rib cage. I like the stoutness through her feature. She's bold from one end to the next. And with that, though, she's a little coarse about her head. She's not quite as feminine as what I would consider ideal when you study the front third of her skeleton. Big outlined, high-performing, long-bodied female here in second. She struggles too much structurally when we put her into motion off of either end, and she closes up entirely too much when you get right in behind her and needs to be wider and bolder in her general build. Congratulations to both of you.
Well, congratulations in Class 15. First place to go to back number 2012. This is Miss JMS Jolene, K333, exhibited by Ransom Richardson of Braggs, Oklahoma. And second place, and congratulations to Sophie McGuire. We'll now bring those first and seconds in here in the Beef Builder ring, and our judge will select his champion reserve, senior heifer calves. Well, back in the Charlet ring, we are going to get started with your open show. First division in, we are going to do the composite Charlets. This will be Class 1 summer heifer calves, single entry in this class. We are excited to welcome our judge this morning, Mr. Jack Ward of Plattsburgh, Missouri.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here this morning on New Year's Day, and Happy New Year to everyone. Very pleasant way to get our Open Charlet show started. That's just a July heifer calf, and tremendous amount of quality, look, and presence. Really sharp made, beautifully conditioned female. A really, really nice single entry, and my congratulations to the young lady.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Beef Builder ring, we have the results of your senior calf division. Your champion went to back number 2007. That was OCC Bricktown's Winifred, exhibited by Sophie McGuire. And reserve champion coming out of the same class, back number 2009, exhibited by Ava Cordell. Now in the ring, we're going to bring in Class 16. These are Beef Builder intermediate heifers born May to August of 2022. In the Charlet ring, we did get started with your open female show. First class in the ring, first place was exhibited by back number 4111 FFC Cowtown's Girl. 117L2 exhibited and owned by Lindsay Franklin of Ladonia, Texas. Now in the ring is Class 2, late spring heifer calves.
Nice little single entry female. I like the performance, the depth, the fleshing ability that she portrays, and she gets around on a pretty good set of feet and legs when you study her in motion. Congratulations to the young lady. Might like to tidy her up through her front end, trim her up through her brisket of hair.
Well, congratulations back in our junior Beef Builder ring. First place in Class 16, back number 213. All Miss Carol K650, exhibited by Annabelle Lehman of Leroy, Kansas. That will also be your champion intermediates. We're now going to bring in our final class of females here in the Junior Beef Builder show. This will be Class 18, Beef Builder Junior Yearling Heifers, born January to February of 2022.
Another nice little single entry female here, and I like the look she gives you from the profile. Her neck shoots high out of the top of her shoulder, has some skeletal strength to her top line. She's level from hooks to pins, and she gets out and takes a pretty good stride when we ask her to. I'd like to see her, for being 6 or 7 months, I'd like to see more natural depth and shape to her center body and pull her down in her heart and her flank. Congratulations to young lady.
Congratulations in our final class in division in your Junior Beef Builders show. Your junior champion will go to back number 2014. This is Star Josie Lynn, 26K, exhibited by Kaylin Jacobs of Brenham, Texas. We're now going to bring all of those division champion reserves in, and our judge, Mr. Jake Frankie, will be selecting his grand and reserve grand champion Beef Builder heifers here in our junior show at the Cattlemen's Congress.
Well, here in our second class of Charolais females, we certainly have a very interesting trio. It'll be interesting to watch them mature, frankly, and grow. I think each one of them certainly comes with some positives, and frankly, the heifer that wins the class just kind of overwhelms the other two when you stand behind her. The shape of her top, the thickness to her hip, the amount of muscle she has to the lower part of her quarter, and she gets her legs and feet all pointed in the right direction. Kind of the size of her foot is good, and everything kind of matches and balances very nicely. She's a nickel straight up in her front shoulder, and if we could change that about her, she'd win this kind of going away. But I'm not sure we have an upgrade structurally in either the two right behind him, and her advantage in spring and width and just overall body capacity allows her to win. The young lady's heifer in second. The front 2/3 of this one is incredibly good. She's extremely long-bodied, beautifully shaped through her rib cage, long down her top. We need to fix her out to her hip and her rump, and especially down in her hind leg in the way that she moves and sets herself today. Some of it may be that she's just not cooperating quite as well as we'd like, but really love the front 2/3 of that one. If she can kind of hold her hip and hind leg together as she matures, that's an awfully nice female. I got to tell you, the one in third from the side maybe appeals to me as much as any. The strength of her top line, the levelness of her hip, is really ideal and spot on. You get on either end of this heifer, and she's just a little narrower based. She does get a little plainer about her neck as well, but I love her squareness of hip, the way she designed from the side, the depth of her rib. Just need to kind of pull her apart and give her a notch more muscle. Thank you.
It's a really nice set of females here in this particular championship, and I think we've got two that start to really surface up to the top. They're similar in their presentation, they're similar in their freshness, and I'll start by talking about this black-hided female. I absolutely love her when we study her at this vantage point and we get her in motion. She's equally as impressive to me. I love the set of her feet and legs. I like the way she gets out and hinges off an either skeleton, and I think she brings the mass, the substance, the three-dimensional shape that's imperative to being a productive cow to the table as well. Plenty of stoutness when you step right in behind her, and still gives you a great look from over here at the profile. The bridle is one that I really like in terms of her proportion. She's strong top, level hip, good in her heart, pulled down in her rear rib and flank, and all of that balances with a nice look from the side. She's got some stoutness and some substance to her. She's got some substance and stoutness to her, but I don't know if she's quite as attractive when we study her up through the front third of her body as we just had discussed in the black-hided heifer. Female that came out of the third division, I like in terms of her size, her performance, her depth of rib and fleshing ability are all in line with productive goals. I think she gets just a little rugged in her feature up through her front end, and she's not quite as impressive out of her hip as we had in the first two. High-performing, long-bodied, level-designed female that comes out of Division 4, just a little too shallow and shotgun-barreled through her center body. She needs to be deeper and softer. Let's put our hands together on an impressive set of females here, and we'll select your champion.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion beef builder female here at the Cattlemen's Congress in our junior show, going to the junior calf champion. Congratulations goes back number 2004, Jalen Smith of Rosebud, Arkansas, with Miss JMS Dior L374. And congratulations, the reserve grand champion is going to go to the champion senior calf. Back number 2007, OCC Bricktown's Winifred, exhibited by Sophie McGuire. Again, congratulations to all of our junior beef builder exhibitors. Looks like we are going to take a photo backdrop break quick and get back started with your junior show, Full Blood and Purebred Heifer Show. Back over in the Charlet ring, we are showing our open Charlet show with Judge Mr. Jack Ward. Results of Class 2, late spring heifer calves. First place was exhibited by Maddox Robb of Kinmundy, Illinois with AM Diamond Lily 306L. Second place and congratulations go to Ryan Crutcher of Fairgrove, Missouri. And third place was exhibited by Heidi Mangarelli of Helper, Kansas. Now in ring 2 is Class 3A. These are early spring heifer calves.
All right, another very interesting class here in our Charlet heifer calves. These are late Aprils, and again, it'll depend just a little bit of where you want to land structurally, muscle, maturity-wise at this stage of their life. The heifer that wins the class, the one that kind of caught my attention when they first hit the ring. She's just so beautifully balanced, very, very sound. She's very youthful looking, and I like that about her, very sharp up through her front end. She's got enough depth of rib and volume to go along with that. To me, she's just so complete, so nice. I like the future of that one really, really well. The heifer in second has more size and length of body to her, a little more substance perhaps, and really one that's very nice to her front end as well. Again, I'd like to change her out through her hip and her rump, maybe drop her flank down just a little bit in relation to the front part of her body, but a good one there and two as well. Now, if it's all about performance and growth, the heifer in third is going to be the one that suits you because she far excels this group just in pure mass and dimension at this stage of her life. I think she's got just a little too much condition. She's a little more wasteful through the lower third of her body and over the top of her crest. I don't see quite the refinedness in her that we had in those two right ahead of her. Big stout bone, moderate sized one that's here in fourth. I'd like to lengthen her up just a little bit, and I'd like to carve away some of the crest that she has over the top of her neck, but she's a good, strong, top-level hipped heifer that has a lot of bone and certainly some muscle and thickness to her. The heifer coming next, the young lady has, if this one will kind of slow down and body up a little bit in terms of frame size, she's going to be really interesting as she gets into a bred heifer because her pieces are nice. Her length of body's good. She's sharp made. To me, there just isn't quite enough to her body-wise in relation to the amount of frame that she's got at this stage of her life, but a really nice one that'll be interesting to watch mature. Heifer completes the class, another good one. Lines are good, feet and legs are nice. She needs to be a bit stouter in her bone work, and again, maybe trimmed up in her overall condition somewhat. Nice set of heifers and a lot of variation in them from top to bottom. Thank you.
Well, congratulations in Class 3A here in your Open Charlet show. First place will go to back number 4123. This is RF Greta 3223 ET, exhibited by Riley Revels of Webster, Florida. Second place and congratulations, back number 4124, Briggs Jones of Pecan Gap, Texas, with BRCHE MCC Hot Yoga 3511 ET. Third place exhibited by Hayden Nagel of Fountain City, Indiana. Fourth place exhibited by Jesse Hankins. Fifth place went to Lily Williams. And sixth place in that class, and congratulations to Samantha Malman. Now in the Charlet ring, we'll bring in Class 3B early spring heifer calves. Well, over in ring one, we're about ready to get started with your full-blood and purebred Braunvieh female show. This will be your junior show. First class in the ring will be Class 1. These will be late spring heifer calves born April of 2023.
Got another incredibly nice set of Charolais heifer calves. These are older Aprils, and again, the quality runs very, very deep in this particular class. This one that wins is just so easy to find in terms of presence, just a stunning looking heifer that's presented to a T and really bright and fresh. Got a beautiful set to her neck and the way she designed up there, but more importantly, you get right in on top of her over her top line. She's sprung good behind her shoulders. She's got some shape through her hip. She gets out and keeps her feet square at the edge of her body. Again, I'd be just a little critical of her straightness up in her front shoulder, but I don't think there's anything there that's going to hinder her long term. I think just a very high quality, very nice female to win the class. The second one is also really good, and frankly, a little longer bodied than our class winner. She's one, again, that's got some depth of ribs. She gets out and goes really, really nice from the side. She's just a little flat right in behind her shoulder. She's a female. When you watch her walk from behind right down at the ground, gets twisted up just a notch, but that is a really good one. Length of body's excellent. Condition is really nice in that one as well. A little more frame and extension in the heifer in third. Again, got some rib and volume to her, pretty shapely from the side. A little deeper about her neck, not quite the overall balance and symmetry to her that we had in those two ahead of her, but another very, very high quality heifer there in three. The heifer coming in fourth, another one that if you just could analyze her from her hip forward, you're gonna like her. The depth of her rib, the substance of her bone is excellent. She just comes off a little plain out through her hip. The way she's got, the way she is in terms of muscling down into the lower part of her twist, just a notch plainer there in my opinion. The heifer the young lady has in five, tremendous body volume and density is really good in that one. I think she needs a notch more bone to match that density, and that would get her, again, just a little more body balance. The heifer that completes the class is leaner made, cleaner condition than the one we've got right ahead of her. I think even with the difference in conditioning, we just don't see quite the broodiness and volume in her at this stage of her life. Good set of cattle all the way through, again, in this older April heifer calf class. Thank you.
Nice way to start our purebred show here in the Braunvieh ring, and I think we've got different types and kinds, and hopefully we'll get to see that as we progress on through the show today. I always enjoy looking at the different types and kinds that the breed can bring to us. I'm going to lean more on some body mass and some substance and structural width in this first initial pair decision. I think there's a tremendous advantage through their sternum, through her upper rib, the drop to her lower body and flank, and then you step in behind them and she's built wide and genuine from the surface up. With that, she's a little off from hooks to pins. She's not as attractive and feminine up through the front third of her skeleton as what we have directly behind her. I like the look and the femininity and the refinement of the cattle here in second. Her neck sets up high out of the top of her shoulder, and it's appropriate in the way it's built. I like the length and the levelness to her body. She gets just a little flat when you study her and a little frail coming at you and leaving you. And I'd like to stouten her up just in terms of body shape and density when you get up on the top side of her body. Heifer that we close with is very nice in terms of her performance, her length of body. She's correct in her top line when we put her in motion. She's just a little too flat and narrow from one end to the next. She caves into her full rib and doesn't quite have the body shape to be deemed productive compared to the first two. Congratulations on a nice Class 1.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Charolais ring, we have the results from Class 3B. First place was exhibited by Pacey McIntyre of Forgan, Oklahoma, with SC Greta 301L. Second place in congratulations went to Blakely Lemon of Manchester, Maryland, with L-Man KLL Angie 15LET. Third place was exhibited by Kylan Oaks of Taloga, Oklahoma. Fourth place was exhibited by Madison Ashcraft of Clinton, Oklahoma. Fifth place in that class will go to Avery Staggs, and sixth place to Lily Williams. Now in ring 2, we have Class 3C, early spring heifer calves in your Charolais Open Show. Back over in the Braunvieh ring, result of your first class, the spring heifer calves. First place went to BAR&W Lady Lunatic 823, exhibited by Tanya Williams of Perryton, Texas. Second place was exhibited by Jalen Smith of Rosebud, Arkansas. And third place exhibited by Cambry Pittman of Canadian, Texas. Now in ring 1, we have Class 2A. These are purebred Braunvieh females born April of 2023.
Another nice little class of purebreds there. And a little different in their type and kind here on the top end. I like the soundness, the flexibility, and the function that's built into this heifer's lower joints. I think the shape of her foot's more ideal, and she strikes the ground with more comfort and more set when we put her into motion. I like, too, the fact that she's up-headed, she's neat-necked, sharp to look at from the side. She's not quite as powerful and three-dimensional in her body shape as what we have directly behind her. I like the rib cage of the heifer that comes in second. She comes out of her spine with the arc and curvature to her center body. She's got some depth through her heart and her flank. And then you step in behind them. She's the wide base, stout pinned one that's genuine in her base width. I think when we put her in motion, she hits the ground too rigid and hard out of her rear ankle and feet, and she needs to be built just a little softer at the surface. The heifer we close with is refined and feminine when you study her through her front end and her shoulder. She gets too narrow coming and going and needs to be broadened up and made with more natural substance compared to the first two. Congratulations on a nice class.
Well, we make our way into this later March class, and just said, Cody, these calf classes have been really good, and they're very deep. And I think there's good cattle again from top to bottom in this particular class, and yet this one is just my kind in terms of her sharpness, her look, her design. She's a beautifully conditioned female for this stage of her life that has just oozes with quality and presence, and yet has some depth of rib and volume to her. Made down her top, really good on her feet and legs when you get her out on the move. Now, there's heifers, and maybe every heifer below her, frankly, could be heavier. We definitely have some that have a little more bone to them, but she's just my kind in terms of her type and kind, the sharpness, and I like her real well. The heifer in second, I just stated, there's a little more to her. Her density, length of body is excellent. She's as equally as good down her top line and through her hip. She has some width to her. She wants to pull her shoulder out just a little wider up front. She's a little lower set up in her front end and doesn't maybe have quite the balance to her that heifer that won the class, but there's a really, really nice one in two. This heifer in three has certainly got some interesting pieces as well. She's cleaner in her condition than the one we've got in two. She's got a nice shape to her top, some expression to her hip and her stifle. She doesn't hold herself together as well down her top line, especially right in behind her shoulder. At times you'll get her to looking just a little plainer over the top of her crest and not maybe quite the refinedness to her of those two that we had right ahead of her. Now, there's no doubt if it's purely density and bone for you, the heifer that the young lady has in fourth is going to be your choice because she has the most of both. Really big-bodied and huge boned. You like that about her. She's a little too compact, a little quick for me in the way she's made up to her front end, about her neck and her head. I just like to lengthen her out and kind of change her maturity pattern somewhat, but you really have to admire the tremendous density in the bone that she does have. The heifer that completes a class is a little more extended, going to be a little later mature in female. She's a little refined in her bone work, a little more upright on both ends of her skeleton when you watch her walk, but another very, very high quality, good made heifer off to the side in terms of balance. Good group of heifers again, and a very high quality set from top to bottom.
Well, congratulations back in the Braunvieh ring. Results class 2A. First place was exhibited by Samantha Malman of Brenham, Texas, with MCC Miss Thunderbird 01L. Second place, and congratulations to Lennon Lister of Lindsay, Oklahoma. In third place went to Piper Hawkins of Amarillo, Texas. And now in ring 1 is class 2B. These are March heifer calves. Back to the Charlet ring, results of class 3C. First place was exhibited by back number 4137. This is Blake Bruns of North Platte, Nebraska, with ACPGC Miss London 2321 ET. Second place, and congratulations go to Macy Humphrey of Dixon, Illinois, with LJR Miss Leah 3554 LET. Third place was exhibited by Ellis Davis of Hillsboro, Ohio. Fourth place went to McKenna Hoppe of Fremont, Michigan. Fifth place in that class exhibited by Duke Grushke of Riesel, Texas. Now in ring 2, we have class 3D, early spring heifer calves.
Another nice class of purebred females, and again, a little different speed here on the top end within this pair, and I think you've got to make a decision. This heifer, when she gets out and she's natural and she doesn't fight the halter, she seems more relaxed in her spine than what she does right here at the end. I think she's got the advantage in terms of depth of rib. She's the more moderate, lower input style here in this top decision. And then she's built considerably broader and wider through her sternum or center body, and you step in behind and find the same advantage. Again, we'd like to set her down in the middle of her back and relax her spine when we ask her to lead. The heifer in second, I like the outline and the look that she gives you from the side. She's long-bodied, long-hipped, attractive in the way she's built in her lines. She's not as soft through her rear rib and flank. She's tucked up in her heart girth, and I'd like to make her come at you broader and square as you study her through her chest and her knee. I like the moderation, the bone, and the stoutness, a feature that the one in third brings to the table. She's at a deficit from a performance and weight per day of age standpoint. She gets a little small and quick in her maturity pattern. I'd like to make her a little prettier as you study her up through her brisket and up through her throat. Long-bodied, level-designed female that has a look of refinement and femininity comes in next. She's just too shallow, and she's tucked up in her heart. She's flat in her full rib, and she just needs more genuine body cavity to be deemed high-volumed and productive in this setting. We close with the female that's moderate, has some shape to her top, has some width through her when you study her through her chest floor and from behind. She gets a little plain when you get over her on the profile. Heavy-fronted, deep-chested female that's a little short and round out of her hip. Congratulations on a nice set.
Well, congratulations in Class 2B over here in the Braunvieh ring, first place. Go to back number 2025. This is Praz Miss Epic 91 LET, exhibited by Shelby Prazik of Brenham, Texas. Second place in that class went to Jalen Smith of Rosebud, Arkansas. Third place will go to Coy Pittman of Canadian, Texas. Fourth place went to Jeremiah Gonzalez Jr. of Palestine, Texas. And fifth place will go to Michael Lehman of Leroy, Kansas. Now in ring one, we'll bring in class 3. This will be your final class here in our junior calf division.
All right, another nice set of March heifer calves here in our Charlet show, and young lady's got one that leads off pretty handily for me. I like her length, obviously, and just the volume, the mass that she has, but perhaps for me, most importantly, she's the best on her feet and legs of any in the class. She kind of gets everything going in the right direction. She's got her knees set a little square than the next two in the lineup. She's got some muscling in her top line back through her hip and her rump, and some female character to go along with it. So I think a pretty nice place to start. Second and third, in my opinion, are very close because they're really similar. Both these heifers are really deep, extremely thick-ended females that have some shape up over their top and through their quarter. They got some bone and substance to them. Both of them need to be changed a bit in the way that they handle their front leg structure. They're a little different in the set of her knee, and they want to get toed out somewhat up front. If you're okay with that, you're going to like both those maybe just a little bit more than even our class winner because of the extra muscle and volume that they've got. But I need to change both of them through their front end. Of the two, I felt the young lady's heifer in second was a little stronger down her top line, a little nicer set out through her hip and her rump. Very moderate framed heifer that comes in fourth. It's beautiful in her lines and fundamentally really, really nice. She doesn't have the body volume to her really of the heifers on either side of her, but I just like her kind and type over the next two. The yellow heifer that comes here in 5 is extremely thick and very expressive in her muscle. She's just a little coarser and more masculine in her features over the top of her crest, back around her tail head, and the way she's designed in her muscle pattern, but you do appreciate the extreme thickness that she does have. The heifer that completes the class is long and trim. We just need to give this one a notch more body capacity for the amount of frame she's got. Nice set of heifers, and I thought a very complete heifer that won. Thank you.
Well, congratulations in our final class in that division. First place over here in the Charlotte ring. We'll go to back number 4146. This is CAH Rita, bred and owned by Avery Hunt of Longview, Texas. Second place and congratulations will go to Michaela Berg of Wellston, Oklahoma, with WD060 Sweetheart 3LP. Third place was exhibited by Griffin Lewis of Morrison, Oklahoma, with L-Man Princess 18L. Fourth place in that class, and congratulations to Ryan Crutcher of Fairgrove, Missouri. Fifth place exhibited by Sage Revels, and sixth place went to Rex Harrison. We're now bringing those first and seconds in. Our judge, Mr. Jack Ward, will select his chambered reserve spring heifer calves.
Another strong class of purebred females, and I think a very nice cow prospect to begin. Moderate, big-bodied, wide base, very sound on the way she moves out of her front end. Got a sharper angle to the back of her hock that kind of detracts a bit from her balance on the profile, but I think besides that, a very proportional heifer who has nice balance and very, very pliable in her skeleton. The heifer that comes in second is close between her and third. They're both moderate, good outlined, well-balanced females. I think there's a little more natural rib shape. There's a little more natural shape to her forerib and drop to her center body and flank, and that's where she holds the advantage within this next decision. Heifer in third, like we discussed, attractive, strong in her lines, very neat in the way she's built up front, a little steep in the angle of her shoulder. She needs to be deeper and softer for me in her rib design. Here's a muscular female that turns the corner next, and she's genuine down her top. She's got shape from behind in her quarter. She's a bit too round off of either end of her body, and consequently doesn't hold herself together as attractive when the young man puts her into motion. Long-bodied, level design livestock turn the corner next, and I think she's correct in her foot placement. She's good on her feet and her legs when we put her in motion. She's just a little too shallow and narrow to compete with those cattle that are ahead of her. We close with the female that's good in terms of her rib shape. She's got some depth through her heart. She's just a little ill-balanced when we study her on the side. The deeper fronted, deeper chested heifer is a bit too high in her top and low in her pins when we put her in motion. Congratulations on a good class.
Well, as we make our way into the first division run here in our Charlet show, this has really been an incredible division, and I stated that here a couple classes ago. The depth of the classes are incredibly good, and we bring this lineup out, and I think you just see a lot of quality here, and it'll be interesting to watch them mature. It starts right up front with that single entry July heifer. That one's really good. I mean, she's really, really good on her feet and legs. She's sharp and attractive. We stated that in class, and I think for her age, she's kind of spot on in terms of conditioning, and she's got some muscle and shape to her. I think a very, very high quality way to get our show started in that individual class winner. Then we moved into some Mays next, and that class 2 was interesting. We had 3 heifers in there that were all just a little different. I landed on this one because of her thickness and her muscling. The spring of her rib was really, really good. As I stated in class, I change her up into her front shoulder in terms of the slope there just a bit, but we needed to change the hind leg structure and hip structure of the one that was second right behind her. Our older Mays were interesting as well, and we had this heifer that won the class because she was the most ideal in terms of her type and kind. We had several heifers in there that were bigger and longer than her, but I liked her youthful look and appearance. Her conditioning for this stage of her life I thought was spot on. This heifer that wins class 4, and we had a pair of them in that class that were really appealing and high quality, and this one's just put together so well in terms of her appearance and her type and her kind, and I talked about this in class. It's when you get right behind him and study her over her top, the way she sprung right behind her shoulder and the uniform thickness that she has at this stage of her life over the one that was second, and yet she's good in her conditioning. There's nothing excessive about her. The heifer that was second to her was a little longer bodied, and I would again maybe like to change the slope of this one's front shoulder just a little bit. Then we got into this pair of March classes, and the younger March. As I stated in that class, we had one that just really appealed to me in terms of my kind and type, just put together so well. Beautiful in her lines, the length of her body's good, and yet you see some broodiness and volume to her. You see that young lady's heifer that was second behind her is really good down her top line and through her hip. She got a little wide in her shoulder and a little lower set up front. So I used this one that to me just has a beautiful look to her and just kind of oozes with quality, and one that, in my opinion, has a great deal of future to her. The heifer that won the final class won because of her structure, kind, or type. We had 2 right below her that had more thickness and volume to her, but this one was better in the set of her knee and the way she was designed up front. Tremendous length of body, good body length, and actually body depth to her as well. This is really nice. Really nice. It'll be interesting to watch him mature. I'd like for you to give them all a nice round of applause, and we'll get you a champion reserve.
Well, congratulations, champion our first division here in the Charlet Show. Goes to back number 4137. That was the AC PGC Miss London 2321 ET, owned by Blake Bruns and bred by Anderson Cattle. And congratulations, reserving that division, coming out of Class 3B. Congratulations. We'll go to 4208. That's SC Greta 301L, owned by Pacey McIntyre and bred by Steerwalt Cattle. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We will now go into your next division here in our Charlet Show. First class in the ring in your junior calf division will be Class 4A.
Very strong single entry November female the young lady brings to us, and I like the cow power she has. She's deep-sided, bold sprung, wide based, gets out and goes off of both ends extremely well and sound. And from the profile, from the top of her shoulder back to her tail head's very well balanced. Her lower lines are balanced. I'd like to make her neck set higher at the top of her shoulder and prettier up as you study her through her throat and her brisket. Minus that, a very, very good cow prospect. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Braunvieh ring. Results of your junior calf division. Your champion wins back number 2025. That was Miss Epic 91 LET, exhibited by Shelby Prazik of Brenham, Texas. Reserve in that division will go to back number 2032. We then brought in a single entry, Class 4. First place was exhibited by Lauren Brockel with Miss Royal Madonna, 12K2. Now in the ring over here in ring 1, we'll bring in Class 5. These are purebred Braunvieh females, born September to October of 2022.
Well, we kind of keep plugging away here in terms of quality in our Charlet show, and as we start here into our second division, a set of Februaries, and again, this one is just so good in terms of her look and her presence. The condition probably gets her over the next two by itself, because I love her composition, the length of her front end, and yet one that's got some broodiness and rib to her. You get right in behind her when she's walking. She gets a little narrow right down at the base of the ground, but that's a really nice female that's put together well and certainly beautiful in her condition at this stage of her life. Tremendous amount of volume and density to the heifer in second. Some of that's due to just a little more to her in terms of condition. She's a little wastier through the lower third of her body, up into her chest floor, but that one's got a lot of density and volume, and for that kind of density and volume, she holds herself together well and certainly moves very nicely as well. Heifer that's in third's got as much growth and just pure muscle in her as any in the class. Tremendous shape to her top. She's a little too masculine over the top of her crest and the way she designed through her shoulder. Just like to tone her down and make her a bit sharper all the way through, but you appreciate the tremendous size and the muscling she's got. Thank you.
Well, congratulations over here in the Charlet ring. Results of Class 4A. First place will go to back number 4155. This is BJF Grace, 3016L, exhibited by Avery Coles of Hutchinson, Minnesota. Second place, and congratulations, will go to Elijah DeHaan of Lamont, Missouri, with SCF Lady Diana. And third place, and congratulations, goes to Easton Hardy of Ryan, Oklahoma. Now entering ring 2's Class 4B. This will be your final class here in our junior calf division.
Nice class, a lot of differences, and probably the deepest class we've had, only having three in here. They're all three nice cattle. Striking comes to mind when the young lady gets this heifer set up on the profile. Her neck set, the way that she blends into her top line, her lower body balance, and just everything fits into a very attractive look that's very well proportioned and balanced over here. And that's the decisive advantage between this top pair, is when we get them set up and you throw that one's head up, she's far more attractive up through the front third of her skeleton in the way she's sculptured through her head and her neck and her chest floor. The heifer in second, here's really moderate, big-bodied, easy-keeping cattle. Love the production that she has in her center rib. I love her feet and leg structure. With that, she gets just a little heavy about her front end. She's a little chest set in her a little deeper than ideal. I'd like to tidy her up and chisel her out a little prettier through her throat latch. The heifer we close with, I like the performance, the strength in her lines, and the depth of her body. She gets just a little off balance when we put her into motion. She's a sharper hocked heifer that strikes the ground a bit too rigid out of her rear feet and pasterns. Congratulations on a nice set of Braunviehs.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 1, your Braunvieh ring. First place in Class 5 will go to SW Maya, exhibited by Ellen Zeinbein of Campbellsburg, Indiana. Second place, and congratulations, will go to Lennon Lister of Lindsay, Oklahoma. And third place will go to Shelby Prazig of Brenham, Texas. We'll now bring the first and seconds in. Our judge will select his champion reserves, senior calves.
All right, here in our January class, a nice group of heifers again, and it's really pretty tight here on the top end, but kind of trying to stay consistent of what I like in terms of conditioning, the way they're structured. This young lady's heifer that wins the class kind of appeals to me a bit more, really on both ends of her skeleton, and that starts up there, the way she puts her neck at the top of her shoulder, and she's got just a little more look and presence to her. She's much more desirable in the way she sets her tail head out at the end of her spine, down between her pin bones, and she's got enough muscling in her. You get right in behind her, she's kind of like our last class winner. She could stand to be just a little wider base straight at the ground. The heifer in second is better there. This one's got a shot more depth of rib and volume to her. She gets tipped up on her toes, a little straighter on both ends, a little coarser over her tail head and over the top of her crest. If you prefer the extra depth of rib and volume that she's got and you're okay with her structure, I'm okay with you using her because she does have a little more to her than the heifer that we've got winning the class. The heifer that's in third, again, I like. Conditioning's nice. The depth of her rib is good. I like to elevate her pin bones and pull them apart a little bit to give her a notch more width there from behind. The heifer that completes the class perhaps has a little more to her. She's just a little plainer made in the way that she blends her body parts together, a little plainer made through her shoulder and her front end, but again, a nice female there in fourth. Nice set, very competitive there at the top end. Thank you.
Well, congratulations in the Charlotte Ring results of Class 4B, your final class here in this division. First place went to back number 4157, Blakely Stelzer of Oologah, Oklahoma, with Boy HSSC Laramie 334L. Second place, and congratulations, will go to Bella Wadey of Millsap, Texas, with AWR Lottie 332LET. Third place was exhibited by Camden Filippo of Rush Springs, Oklahoma. Fourth place will go to Aubrey Nagel of Fountain City, Indiana. We're now going to bring in your first and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve junior calves. Back in the Braunvieh ring, results of your senior calf division. Your champion came out of Class 5, back number 2035. And your reserve champion is going to come out of Class 4, back number 2033. Over in the Braunvieh ring at this time, we have Class 6. These are purebred Braunvieh females, born and made August of 2022.
All right, as we make our way into a champion reserve here in our second division, I thought as we talked about in our second class, I think these class winners kind of resemble one another very nicely. They're good, attractive heifers from the side. They've got enough rib and volume to them. Frankly, the heifer out of Class 1 has a little more depth of body and just pure mass than the winner out of Class 2. The heifer that wins Class 2 gets out and goes a little easier. You love her presence up over the top of her neck, the trimness of her chest floor, and the condition that she has. I think neither of these heifers are as wide and massively made as the heifers that were respectively second in behind them, but again, these are just a little more my type in terms of their composition and their look at this stage of their lives. Nice set. Very competitive pair here to be your champion reserve. Let's give them all a very nice round of applause, and I'll select the two.
Another solid class here of Braunvieh females, and I think there's a clear-cut winner in my opinion. The young lady's moderate, deep-sided, bold-ribbed female just offers a considerable advantage in fleshing ability and just low-input, efficient style. I would like to maybe pick her up through her chest floor and make her just a hair prettier as you study her ahead of her shoulder. Female that comes in second's very good in her top line, a strong top, level hip, long-bodied female that gives you a nice look over here on the profile. She gets just a little flat, and she gets a little tucked up in her heart and her full rib. I'd like to make her a hair deeper and bolder in just her overall volume design. I like the performance, the length of body of the Cattlemen third. I'd like to make her neater in the way she views up through her front end, clean her up through her throat, trim her up through her brisket, and make her be a little more feminine when you study them up through their front structure. The female that comes in next is one that's bold in her top shape. She's expressive from behind. She just gets a little bit too round off of either end. She gets just a little too hard in her basic build and appearance. Congratulations on a nice class.
Well, congratulations back in the Charlotte ring. Results of your junior calf division. Your champion will go to Blakely Stelzer of Oolaga, Oklahoma, with boy HSCC Laramie 334L. And reserve in that division will go to Avery Coles of Hutchinson, Minnesota, with BJF Grace 3016L. Now in the Charlotte ring is Class 5. These are winner heifer calves. Back over in the Braunvieh ring, results from Class 6. First place and congratulations go to back number 2037. This is Riley Flowers of Mount Vernon, Texas, with Praz Miss Baby Blue 85K. Second place in that class will go to back number 2041, Shelby Prazik, Brenham, Texas. Third place, also to Shelby Prazik. And fourth place, back number 2040, Tana Williams of Perryton, Texas.
Another strong pair, and again, a contrasting type and kind is delivered in this class. I like the extra performance, the length of body, in conjunction with some rib shape, some body shape when you study the cattle up high. And I think she's an advantage, too, ahead of her shoulders. She's more refined and feminine and prettier as you study her through her head, neck, and shoulder region. I'd like to make her a bit softer back through her rear rib and flank. But I do like the fact that when we put them into motion, she's the one that's sounder, she's more correct in her rear foot shape, and she offers a considerable advantage in terms of look and refinement. The heifer in second's a moderate, deep-sided, easy-fleshing female. She's just a little bundled up when you study her in terms of her length of body. She's not as well balanced or proportioned over here on this viewpoint, and I'd like to change the shape of her rear foot and make her a little better in the way she hits the ground. Congratulations to both young ladies.
Nice set of fall heifer calves, or kind of winter heifer calves. These are November, Decembers, and got the youngest heifer in the class winning. There's no doubt. I think just in terms of volume and mass, she was really very, very nice. And she gets out and goes nicely. And she isn't the absolute most attractive one in the class, but I like her broodiness, her volume. The length of her body is really good. She places her feet and legs squarely at the edge of her body, and she does get out and have a much easier and freer stride than the very attractive heifer that we have here in second. Heifer in second, when they're standing still, really really appeals to me. I like her balance, her look, her design down her top line. She's beautiful in her conditioning. She just suffers and struggles on both ends of her skeleton a little bit. When you get her out on the move, she isn't as free and easy as the heifer we've got winning the class. If you're okay with that kind of movement and structure, you could honestly start the class with her because she is really, really nice in terms of her profile and her balance. A little more elevation and size and length in our heifer in 3, tremendously long down her top line. She's a little more open through her shoulder, a little plainer in the way that she puts her body parts together. We need to strengthen her down her top line and just give her a bit more balance off to the side. Tremendously thick heifer in 4th, big top, big ended. She suffers too much in the way she moves out of her front end. The structure of her shoulder needs to be changed just a bit to be ideal, but again, an extremely thick, big, massive ended when they're in 4th. Nice set, certainly some differences in them. Thank you.
Well, congratulations. Back in the Braunvieh ring, results of Class 7. First place, go to back number 2044, Jalen Smith of Rosebud, Arkansas. In second place went Riley Flowers of Mount Vernon, Texas. Now in the ring is Class 8. These are purebred Braunvieh females, junior yearlings born January to February of 2022. Back in the Charolais ring, we have the results from Class 5 winter heifer calves. First place was exhibited by back number 4164. This is Avery Hunt of Longview, Texas with CAH Spirit. Second place went to Ryan Crutcher of Fairgrove, Missouri. Third place exhibited by Brig Jones. And fourth place to go to Tegan Hardy. Now in the Charolais ring is Class 6 senior heifer calves.
It's a really nice class winner here, and to be frank with you, there's a lot of country road between her and the rest of this class, if you get my drift. Here's a big-bodied, high-volumed, wide-base female that sets up with a great look of proportion over here on the profile. Tremendous set of running gear built underneath her, and the way she gets out and hinges so smooth and so flexible off of either end of her body. Congratulations, young lady, on bringing a very nice one to the ring. The heifer that comes in second and third are more similar in their type and kind. They're both livestock that has some growth, some bone built underneath them. They both need more natural volume and depth to the rib. There's an advantage, I just think, as far along as these cattle are in natural body and volume, that she's got to be changed in her spine and her top line when we put her into motion. Heifer in third just gives up the most in terms of depth of body, gives up the most in terms of structural width to the other two. Congratulations, nice class winner.
Well, congratulations in Class 8 in the Braunvieh ring, first place. So go to back number 2046. This is Miss BBB 2232, exhibited by Ellen Zeinben of Campbellsburg, Indiana. Second place, and congratulations, we'll go to Shelby Prazik of Brenham, Texas. In third place, we'll go to Colt Pittman of Canadian, Texas. We'll now bring those first and seconds in, select the champion reserve junior yearling. Well, congratulations in our junior yearling division. Your champion goes to back number 2046 over here in the Braunvieh ring. And reserve champion in that division will go to back number 2044. We'll now look to see your final class and division here in the Braunvieh show.
This is really a nice set of Charolais heifers again, and even with that said, I think the young lady's heifer that wins does so fairly handily for me. This was a really good female. The depth of her rib, the soundness of her structure. She's really good in her composition. She's got a nice broody look to her front end about her head and her chest. Then you open her up through her rib cage. She's really, really nice. And she's got the right kind of muscle that allows her to get out and go with freedom and ease. And I think just a very, very complete kind of a heifer that needs to win this class. Now, the heifer in second's thicker. She's got a little more shape right through the lower part of her quarter and about her stifle. She's a little more masculine in her features, a little coarser, not quite the female character of the heifer that wins the class. But for the amount of width, the amount of muscle she's got, she's again one that gets out and moves well. You like that about her. I'd just like to refine her somewhat on both ends of her skeleton as you compare her to our class winner. Another heifer in third that's really sound, good up to her neck and her shoulder, very sharp made. A little smoother blending perhaps than the one we've got there in two. She does need a shot more thickness in her from hooks to pins and down into her stifle. We need to give her a shot more muscle to run with those two ahead of her. But fundamentally on her feet and legs, she's far better than the next two. The next two heifers, if they're standing still, they could rival our class winner. The depth of their rib, their look, their sharpness is excellent. Neither of these heifers get out and go on either end of their skeleton quite as nicely as the three that we've got ahead of them. But very, very high quality females with some presence and look to them. Nice set and a very complete heifer that won the class. Thank you.
Nice pair of females here in the Braunvieh side, and I think a very attractive, maternally built female that we're going to land here in first with. I think she's got an advantage in the way she views from the profile with her extra length and levelness to her hip. I think she's deep-sided, soft-centered heifer that'll make a nice cow for the young lady. Moderate female that comes in next is one that I like in terms of her rib cage. Here's a big volumed, bold-sprung heifer. She gets just a little bundled up as you study her in terms of her length of body, the length of her front end, and I like to pick her up through her chest floor. Congratulations to both of you. Nice pair of cow prospects.
Well, we work our way into this fall division run here in our Charolais show. These exhibitors just kind of keep bringing good cattle, and my congratulations to them. A nice pair of classes here. That first class was interesting. We have some different types and kinds, and I landed on that young lady's heifer because she was sounder than the one that was in second, and she had some broodiness and volume to her. Now, standing still, the heifer in second's a little more attractive to look at, perhaps, than what our class winner was, but I like this one's fundamental soundness real well. Then we have this young lady's heifer that comes out of class 2. We just talked about, just kind of won that class because of her soundness, her look. I love the broody look that she has about her front end. There's nothing extreme about her. She just has depth of rib and volume and sharpness and good brood cow look about her. And she beat a really nice heifer because she just kind of got out and went real well, and she was really good in the way that she blended her body parts together. Good female character, good look to her, and I think an awful nice kind of a heifer. My congratulations to them. Let's give this division a nice hand, and we'll get you a champion reserve.
Well, congratulations back in the Braunvieh ring. Results of your final class in division. First place and champion, back number 2049, Shelby Prazik, Brenham, Texas. With Praz, Miss Mighty Wonder, 69 JET. And second in reserve, also to Shelby Prazik. Now in ring 1, we're bringing in those champion reserves, and our judge is going to select as grand and reserve grand champion, purebred Braunvieh female. And congratulations back over in the Charolais ring. Results of your senior calf division. Your champion goes to back number 4170. That was Raylan Rose Unwin of Wynwood, Oklahoma, with H.Y. Grace. And second place in reserve champion in this division will go to Kylan Oaks of Tologa, Oklahoma, with Druins Adelaide D908. Now in the ring, we're bringing in class 7 here in your intermediate division.
All right, the young lady gets our next division started here with a single entry, and again, they just really have a tremendous amount of quality to her. I mean, length of body's good, depth of rib is really, really nice. She gets out and handles herself well out on the walk. So congratulations, very, very nice single entry here as we get this division kicked off.
Very nice set of purebred Braunvieh females here, and I think that a tribute to the breed, just in terms of the different types and kinds that we have out here. And then we try to make them as sound and functional and easy doing as we can, and still remain an elite look when we study them over here at the profile, at the setup. And I think these cattle do a nice job of that. I think there's several of them that are starting to surface as you study them longer and harder, and they do a really good job of being a great cow and a good show heifer as well. The heifer that wins the first division, I think, has got a bright future. I like the feature, the rump structure, the natural shape and body width that she brings, and she's still well balanced and proportioned from the side. Division 2 brings a really attractive female. Those neck sets very attractive and intriguing. I like her lines and their body balance that she brings to the table. She's built just a little steep as you study her off either end, and I'd like to set her down with a little more functional angle to her hock and her rear pastern. But to paint a picture and to take a picture with one, she definitely comes to mind in a hurry. Division 3 is a nice cow prospect. She's moderate, deep-sided, has some shape to her rib, gets around on her feet and legs the right way. She's not as well balanced and attractive as the two that we've talked about and the one right behind her. I'd just like to make her just a little more attractive, bring a little more balance to the table, if you will, in this champion drive. Great cow prospect that the young lady has out of the 4th division. Love the body, the soundness, the feature, and still a proportional look as you get over here on the profile and get away from them. She's built, refined, and feminine, and just tremendous in terms of volume and doability. The heifer that wins the last division, I think, is a nice cow prospect again. She's feminine in her features. She's attractive in her lines. She's got some natural shape to her body. She doesn't maybe have just the look as you study her through her chest floor as some of the other cattle, and nor is she maybe as attractive in the set of her hip and her hind leg as we've discussed previously as well. We've infused some Braunvieh genetics into our program back home, and they've done a tremendous job. If you would, at ringside, let's give these breeders and exhibitors a nice hand, and we'll show you the two we like.
Well, congratulations, Grand Champion Braunvieh female here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Going to back number 2046, congratulations goes to Ellen Zepbein of Campbellsburg, Indiana, with Miss BBB 2232. And congratulations, your reserve grand champion coming out of our first division, Praz Miss Epic 91 LET, exhibited by Shelby Prazik. Again, congratulations to our junior Braunvieh exhibitors. We'll break for photos and return back with your open show.
Well, we've got a set of May coming twos here, and 3 good ones, and yet one that kind of sets a little higher bar and standard in this young lady's heifer that wins the class. Again, just an incredibly good looking one that has depth of rib and volume, and yet nothing excessive or wasteful about her at this stage of her life. She gets her feet and legs planted pretty nicely on all edges of her body, and I think a really, really nice heifer that you've kept her in beautiful condition for this stage of her life. The heifer in second resembles her most closely. Again, pretty nice in her pattern. The strength of her top line, the design of her hip, her feet and legs are good. Little planer made through her shoulder, doesn't have the extreme length of body that we have or just the overall balance of the heifer that wins the class, but another really nice female there in 2. Extremely thick, big muscled heifer that comes in 3rd, got a nice shape to her top, some expression back through her stifle, maybe again just a little more masculine and coarse, and I'd probably like to just lengthen her out a bit as well. But a nice set of heifers. Young lady had a very nice heifer that won the class. Thank you.
Well, congratulations in Class 8, your final class here in the intermediate division. First place in the Charlotte ring goes to back number 4182, Oak Ridge Smokin' Monty, 298, exhibited by Colton Lewis of Salem, Illinois. Second place go to Tiana Gregg of Webb City, Missouri, with Circle B Clara K064. Third place in that class, exhibited by Rockin' K Cattle in Lexington, Virginia. Now in the ring, your first and seconds for a judge to select his champion reserve intermediate females.
Well, as we make our way here into this intermediate or summer division, however you reference it, a nice pair of class winners, individual class winner that's an August heifer that we said just, again, was extremely good in terms of quality, length and depth, volume. She had some refinedness to her, some muscling when you got in behind her. She's maybe not quite as stout and strong in her bone work as a heifer that we got winning class 2. We just talked about this one, really good on her feet and legs, has some volume and mass, and for this stage of her life, again, the condition and yet the broody look that she has is really impeccable. So my congratulations to this division run. We'll give these exhibitors a nice hand, and I'll get you a champion reserve.
Well, congratulations in the Charlotte ring. Results of that division. Your champion intermediate going to back number 4182. That's Colin Lewis with Oak Ridge Smokin' Monty, 298, and reserve champion. And congratulations, we'll go to Grace Richard of Blanchard, Oklahoma, with Ankeny Misk Jacoda K015. We're going to start your spring division now here in the Charlotte ring. First class in will be class 9, late spring yearling females.
All right, as we kick off this older division, set of April heifers coming twos, and some good things to be offered by many of the heifers in this class. I think we've got one that needs to win as she kind of combines several of the next females in the lineup. You start with just her overall length of body. The depth of her rib is really, really nice. Her composition is excellent and kind of spot on for this time in her maturity. She's a thick-ended female that has some shape to her and yet some refinedness about her front end. I'd like to give her just a little more bone for the amount of size and body she's got, to give her just a real good symmetrical look. But I think within this class, her composition is excellent. The thickness, the rib cage in that one is spot on, so a very nice heifer to win the class. Second and third's tight for me, and I think there's some really cool pieces about each one of these, and this is a really moderate, exceptionally deep-bodied one that we have here in second, and for that kind of depth and mass, she really holds herself together very nicely down her top line, through her hip and her rump. Now, she doesn't have the length of body. She doesn't have the shape of muscle in her as the heifer that we got ahead of her winning the class, and probably doesn't have the muscle shape as a young lady's heifer in third. I prefer her front leg structure, her front feet, her toe size is better, and I believe she's a little nicer in the design of her udder at this stage of her life. Young lady's heifer in third, if you want to get her up a spot, because she is a little trimmer made. She's got nice shape to her top, excellent dimension through her stifle. I sure couldn't argue with you about it. She's a little unbalanced in her udder. I think she's a little unbalanced from the side. She wants to weight down a little bit up front for what she has through her rib and flank, and as I said, maybe change the shape of her front toes just a little bit. Another good one here in four, fundamentally nice, gets out and goes good. Her lines are good. She doesn't have the length of body, the broodiness in her that we had in those three heifers right ahead of her. And then these heifers in 5 and 6, when they're standing still, you like them. They've got some thickness, some bone. Neither of these heifers move quite good enough on either end of their skeleton to go any higher within this particular class. Thank you.
Well, congratulations. Back over here in the Charlotte ring, results out of Class 9. First place, we'll go to back number 4189, AC Cricket, 2207, exhibited by Alyssa Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. Second place, exhibited by back number 4188, Camden Flippo of Rush Springs, Oklahoma. Third place was exhibited by Riley Revels of Webster, Florida. Fourth place, go to Emma Van Hoy. Fifth place, and congratulations in that class to Peyton Oliver. And sixth in that class, go to Michaela Mears. Now in the Charlaying ring is Class 10 Early Spring Females.
Well, again, our Charlotte exhibitors just kind of continue to bring really, really nice cattle, and this class is no exception. We got 3 females that certainly can offer some good things as breeding pieces. The heifer that wins the class kind of combines the next two, just the broodiness and the volume, the substance that she has, and yet nothing wasteful about her, again, is really appealing to me. Beautifully shaped through her hip and the way she's designed from hooks to pins. Her bone matches her body, and everything just kind of flows together very, very nicely on her. If I could be just a little critical of her when you get in behind her and watch her walk, I'd like to strengthen her rear pastern up a little bit and square it up somewhat, but no longevity problems here. She gets out and really goes extremely well from the side, and her angles are really, really nice. This is a very good one here in second as well. She complements our class winner in the same type of rib and volume, just not as much to her, not quite as much to her in terms of her massiveness. I don't believe she's quite as broody right through her front end about her head as that young lady's heifer that won the class, but that's an incredibly nice one there too as well. Young lady, you got a good one. She might have as much muscle as any of the 3 of them. Big top, big ended, very expressive through her quarter. She's a little rounded off on both ends of her skeleton, a little more masculine in her features, but an extremely thick-ended female with a lot of quality to her. Thank you.
Well, congratulations in Class 10. First place, we'll go to Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with Elman Miss Shelley, 251K. Second place, and congratulations, goes to Lincoln Dean Martin of Buckland, Kansas. And third place in that class, we'll go to Michaela Berg of Wellston, Oklahoma. We're now going to bring your first and seconds in. Our judge, Mr. Jack Ward, will select his champion reserve spring yearling females.
Well, here in our next division run, another good set of heifers. This pair of heifers that came out of this April class were both really nice. They were different. Remember, we kind of had 3 up there. I felt like we needed to use this one because of her composition, the length of her body, and to have that much refinedness through her neck and her front end. She's really expressive in terms of her muscle when you get behind her. As I mentioned, maybe ideally I'd give her just a touch more bone to match that muscle and body to give her a bit more overall symmetry, but that's a really, really nice heifer. And then that second and third in that class was incredible, and I landed on this moderate-sized one that was really deep and broody that maybe doesn't have the length of body to her, and again, maybe we could clean her condition up just slightly to be ideal. This is a good one that won the second class. The bone, the substance, just the broody look that she has is really good, and I think her composition is nice. And again, I was a little critical of her right down when you get in behind her and watch her walk down in her rear pastern, but there's nothing wrong with her. Fundamentally, she could last a long time with her structure, and she beat a heifer that kind of complemented her. There just wasn't as much to her as what we had in this one. Both of them are very, very nice and kind of fundamentally the same kind. Nice set. Really, really nice set of heifers, and my compliments to them. Let's give them a nice round of applause, and I'll get you a champion reserve.
Good afternoon. We're going to get started in the open Braunvieh show over here in the Beef Builders. I have a summer-born single entry this young lady brings us, and a heifer with a lot of quality. Certainly think a lot of future. She's done a great job getting her to this point. Really fresh, just in terms of her condition and hair, but a very high-quality heifer. Very stout. Got some foot and bone, but still correct. Feet are all pointing the right way. I certainly see a lot of future in that pair. Congratulations. We'll see her back here in a little bit.
Well, congratulations. Back in the Charlet ring, your spring yearling champion will go to Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Reserve champion exhibited by Lincoln Dean Martin of Buckland, Kansas. Now in the rings, your final class of Charlet females is Class 11 junior yearlings. Back over in the Braunvieh ring, we are getting started with your open Braunvieh show in the Beef Builder division. We'd like to welcome your judge, Cody Lukirk of Lukirk Cattle, Canyon, Texas. First class in the ring was Class 31, Summer Heifer Calves. First place went to back number 2052. That's Foster Canning of Memphis, Texas with JAM JBB Reba 347L.
We've got another single entry over here, April born, kind of neat colored heifer that a little more growth, a little more extension. Certainly like as she's walked around the ring, real correct about her structure. I think another one with a lot of future. We'll see her back here in the champion drive. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Back in the Beef Builder ring. Results of Class 32. First place went to back number 2053. That's 4KR Double Take 40L, exhibited by Lena King of Webbers Falls, Oklahoma. Now in the Beef Builder ring is Class 33. These are early spring heifer calves born March of 23.
All right, as we kind of finish up our classes and divisions here in the Charlet ring, a nice pair of heifers that are obviously quite a bit different in type and kind, and frankly, maybe something right between the two would be where we pose ideal. This is, though, in my opinion, the soundest one that's the most correct in her structure. Top line's good. I think relative to her frame size, you see more depth of rib and broodiness in this female. Beautiful through her shoulder. She's a female that gets out and goes well. I think she stays with the pattern and the kind that I've been selecting throughout the day, even though we might like to just elevate her a little bit for a Charlet female at this age, come 2-year-old. I think, though, that she possesses the most good in terms of structure and broodiness and type. The heifer in second has that added length and extension. You like her. She's a big bone, stout, featured female. In relation to her frame size, we don't have quite the depth of rib and flank. She gets just a little coarser in her features and up through her shoulder, so I'd like to refine her from that regard just a bit. Good pair of heifers, quite a bit different in type, but both of them offer some good things. Thank you.
We've got a really good pair of March Beef Builder heifers over here in this class, and your first impression, this black heifer hits you really hard and probably think she wins really fast, but honestly, the more you study even the second place one, a lot of just structural quality, a lot of future in both of them. Really good ribbed, extra fresh one here that's got a little extra foot size and substance to go along with her look. She's dead on in terms of balance and freshness, still has some width and shape, certainly a standout in this class. I see a lot of future in the one in second. I love her feet and legs, has a little more extension than the heifer that wins. She probably has a notch more shape up high when you get up on top of the cattle. A lot of quality in the way she's built. A little shallower today. She's just a little harder, not as fresh in her look, but I really like how she's built. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Back over here in the Charlet ring. Results of Class 11, your junior division. Champion went to back number 4199. This is W.H. Atlee 217, exhibited by Jesse Hankins of Springfield, Missouri. Reserve in that division will go to Bella Whitney of Millsap, Texas. At this time, over here in the Charlet ring, our judge is bringing in his champion reserve division winners. We'll be selecting a grand and reserve grand champion, Charlet female, here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Over to the Beef Builder ring, results out of Class 33, first place, exhibited by Jalen Smith with Miss JMS Dior L374. Second place in that class, also to Jalen Smith.
Well, we're ready to get finished up here in the Open Charlet show, and what an incredible lineup of females, and I said it many times already, but very, very impressive. The classes were deep and strong, and the differences were small, and if you had a different kind or type that maybe suits you from ideal, you might have changed things just a little bit, but I hope you can see the kind that I like. These all come back out here and kind of resemble one another and complement each other, and we can start right up front. That's an incredible calf. And she beat some really good ones. We started the day, I think you remember, back with a single entry July heifer that I think has a tremendously bright future. And there was many heifers in that division that were really good, and this one just kind of came to the head for me because of her type and kind, and she set a really nice standard, in my opinion, for the rest of the day. Nice set of Charlet heifers. My compliments to all of you. It's an incredible lineup, and I wish you all the very best of luck as you kind of continue on. Let's give all our Charlet heifer exhibitors a round of applause, and I'll get you a champion reserve.
We get into a nice class here, I think a February-born beef builders. A lot of different types and kinds in here. Kind of comes with it a composite show, different breeds making them up. But two really good heifers at the top that are really different in terms of their type and kind. And I think I kind of go back and forth. First impression, this one's bone, balance, freshness, particularly Parker there. She's the one that has the most quality for me. She's a little bolder, particularly on top of the cattle within this pair, and I think balance is just a shot better. I really like the reach she has in terms of her structure, in terms of her lower joints off both ends. She gets up in her top a bit, probably where I'd like to change her a bit when you put her into motion, relax her in her top line, but heifer with a lot of extras, a lot of balance in here, and wins this pair. I think the heifer in second, probably a little more correct. all together in terms of her structure and her skeleton. Real balanced kind of a heifer that's smooth-shouldered. Probably gets a little shorter, a little rounder out of her hip. Probably doesn't hit me with as much eye appeal and balance as a heifer that wins, but a nice pair there. I certainly thought there was some give and take. Brindle heifer here, this young man's doing a good job getting shown. He's got some neat pieces, deep-bodied, smooth-sided. Gets a little flat when you get on top of her. Probably like to see her have a bit more width and shape in relation to her frame size. Nice, powerful kind of a black heifer here in fourth. She's the greenest in here in this calf class. And first impression, she probably just hits me as a bit harder in terms of her type and kind. But a good class. Let's put our hands together for those beef builder exhibitors.
Well, congratulations back over in the Charlotte ring. The results out of your final drive, your grand champion female here at the Cattlemen's Congress, back number 4196. That's Elman Miss Shelley 251K, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, and bred by Kathy Lehman of Shelby, Ohio. Your reserve champion will go to Blake Bruns of North Platte, Nebraska, with ACPGC Miss London 2321 ET, bred by Anderson Cattle of Bridgewater, South Dakota. Again, congratulations to all of our Charlotte female exhibitors. We are going to break for photos. We'll return back with your Charlotte Bull Show. Back over in the Beef Builder ring, results of Class 34. First place was exhibited by Ava Cordell of Wichita Falls, Texas, with AAAC Libby 79L. Second place exhibited by Gage McWhirter. Third place will go to Aubrey Pettit, and fourth place to Gage McWhirter. Now in the ring, we're bringing in those first and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve in your junior calf division.
We get in this calf division drive, the Braunvieh Beef Builder show here. Good heifers, lots of differences in types and kinds. We got every color, but a lot of quality all the way through. I think we have a standout win in this division. The black heifer out of the third class, just tons of freshness, balance, quality. She wins very handily for me. We can bring her out to start with here. Congratulations. I think it gets really close after that. Really probably can make a case for three of the four heifers that are going to be left out here in the lineup. We started with the young summer-born heifer calf. Tremendous just in terms of her power and substance. I love how she has some extra size and shape to her feet, still has some substance and real correct in terms of her lower joints. For a younger one, she probably already has a bit of extra chest and maybe is a little shorter through the front third of her body. Maybe question, how is she going to mature through the front third of her body in that regard, but love her power, love her shape, love the quality of her feet. The kind of gray roan heifer out of the second class. I like her structural quality. We can get her back out here. Probably needs a bit more body and body shape to go along with her frame to contend in this division. Then we have the heifer that was out of the third class that was second behind the division champion. I love that one's structure. You put her out here on the walk. It's really effortless in the way she gets her stride. I just think she's really correct in the way she's built. And when she does get parked there, really neat up through her front end. I certainly see a lot of future in one that's really correct, structured, and has some look. Today, she's a little green through the lower third of her body. Could just be a bit softer, and it'd help her balance a bit more from the side. Then we have the oldest heifer, the red brindle, real hairy, fresh in the way she's brought to us today. Once, like I said in class, once you stop her, gives you a good look. She's strong in her lines, neat up through her front end, but then combines that with some bone and some power to go along with it. Like we talked about in class, she probably concerns me a little bit when you put her into motion, just because she does want to get up in her top a bit today and doesn't collect herself as easy in her top line, but really good in terms of her lower joints, really good in terms of her flex in that regard. So like I said, I think it gets really close out here for reserve. I'm going to get one more look at him. Let's put our hands together for all these beef builder exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in the Beef Builder ring. Your junior calf champion goes to back number 2055, Jalen Smith, Rosebud, Arkansas, with Miss JMS Dior L374. Reserve champion will go to back number 2060, AAAC Libby 79L, exhibited by Ava Cordell of Wichita Falls, Texas. We'll now look to see Class 35. These will be Beef Builder winter heifer calves born November to December of 2022.
Well, we get in these fall heifers in a very good class, a deep class with quality. I like these two up top really good. They're a little different in terms of their type and kind. They're really just different in terms of their frame size. In terms of build and quality, I actually think they're a lot alike. Both very fresh. My hat's off to you guys feeding them and getting them ready up to this point. Both these hit you just with a lot of freshness, a lot of quality, and a lot of structural quality. I like the type and kind, particularly just the body in this red heifer that wins within the pair. She's definitely bolder ribbed. I think she's still deeper ribbed, and that combined with the fact that she's a little more moderate in her frame size, she just looks like a little more sensibly sized, easier doing cow. When you do stop them there from the side, that added body depth helps her balance just a shot better. She's really good there from her chest floor back to her flank. Just love the shape of her body and that she's still smooth shouldered and refined up through her front end for one that packs a lot of punch in terms of power. Good heifer. You can get her into motion. She can get to going a little fast and get up in her top a little bit. I like to relax her there ever so slightly, but a good-footed kind of a heifer. I thought this was a close pair because when they walk in, this baldy brindle heifer, I like her structural quality, the way she reaches and hits the ground, probably just a shot better than our class winner. She's a little easier in her top line in a good way in terms of the flex, in terms of her skeleton. Smooth, angular, very maternal kind of a heifer. Comes with a little more frame size, and I just wish she had a bit more depth and spring of rib to go along with that added frame size. But quality and structural quality there is awesome. That was a really good pair of them. The heifer in third certainly got some neat pieces and some class-leading parts. She's the most powerful heifer in here, big bone, big hip, tons of just width and shape. Heifer still has some extension up there through her front end. Get her into motion. She's maybe just a little coarser in the way she's built there about her hock. Maybe doesn't go as square from behind and stop from the side. Maybe just a little rounder and a little coarser compared to the top pair. Tough class, though, and that's a good one there in third. Nice black heifer here coming out next. This one's definitely just kind of later maturing in her kind, but has a lot of quality. Long-necked, refined, sound. Hitchy maybe is just a bit frailer, a bit lighter boned in here, and with that doesn't balance quite as neat as those top few. The gray heifer that's going to come out next probably is the heaviest muscled animal in here. Big muscled, good bodied kind of a heifer, just gets a little rounder, a little coarser in the way she's built for me. A nice class. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in Class 35. Back number 2062 will be first place, OCC Bricktown's Winifred, exhibited by Sophie McGuire. Second place will go to Barley Livestock of Springdale, Arkansas, with BL Holly, KD 25. Third place and congratulations will go to Ava Cordell. Fourth place exhibited by Foster Ketting, and fifth place and congratulations to go to Lena King. Now over here in the Beef Builder Rings, Class 36 before our division.
Well, here in our Charlet ring, we're going to get our bull show kicked off with a single entry May calf and a nice calf. I mean, his length of body is excellent, shape of muscles good, his testicles are excellent for this stage of his life. His hind leg and hip are good. I like to slope his front shoulder just a bit differently and maybe square his front feet up somewhat, but that's a very high quality single entry bull to get this part of our show started. Thank you.
Well, congratulations, and a good way to start out our Charlet Bull Show. First place in Class 2 will go to back number 4210. That's Rockin' K Cattle of Lexington, Virginia, with KNS 11th Hour 3911L. Now in the rings, Class 3A, Early Spring Bull Calves.
Well, another single bull entry here in our Charlet show, and much like our first class, as an individual winner, this one's really nice as well. Excellent muscle shape, tremendous length of body, beautiful rib cage in this bull, and at a young age, he's got some strength and masculinity to him. Testicles are nice. I'd like to free him up in his hind leg just a little bit to make him ideal, but I think that's a really nice April bull calf. Thank you.
Well, congratulations in Class 3A. First place will go to back number 4211. This is RKNW Freak on a Leash 3009, exhibited by Lily Williams of Keithville, Louisiana. Now in the ring will be your final class before the division. This is Class 3B, Early Spring Bull Calves.
We get into this class, September beef builder heifers. A lot of differences in type and kind out here, and there's probably not just an answer for me the way that it's got to get lined up. I really like pieces probably in all three of the heifers, and they're all real different in terms of their type and kind. The heifer that wins is a little short-sighted, maybe a little early maturing in her look. She wins today. When you put him into motion, she's the one that most easily fills her track. I think she's the best in terms of just particularly her length of stride out of her hip and hock and hind leg. And then you get past that just structure-wise. Heifer's got some neat pieces. Massive bodied. She's big, stout, and square-ended. Pretty neat up through her chest and her front end. Probably my first impression, she hits me as a little shorter-sided, a little lower to the ground. But I like her build to go along with having some body and muscle in this class. The heifer in second is the freshest, nicest balanced, most angular heifer in here. Standing still, I'd say she wins the class. She gets into motion today. She probably misses her stride just by a bit more than I'm comfortable with, and I'm probably thinking of her more towards the end of the class, so she ends up here in second. But really fresh, really good balance. I see a lot of quality there. Today, she's just not quite meeting her stride and moving comfortable enough for me. Very powerful kind of chocolate heifer here coming out next. Good body, looks like a good doing one. Very proportional from the side. You get her into motion, she gets maybe just a little rounder off her rear too. She doesn't hit you with as much balance and freshness from the side as the top pair. Like I said, this was a close placing in this class. Certainly a good heifer there in third.
Well, here in our Charlet Bull Show, we've got a pair of March calves and got a really good one here to win. This bull's got a lot of strength and a lot of masculinity and depth of rib and volume, and yet he's got a good calf look to him. I know that's kind of being a little on each end of the spectrum, but I like him because he is a real strong made calf, and yet he looks like a calf. His testicle size and shape is set under him very nicely. He's excellent on his feet and legs. He's got some rib and volume to him. I think a very nice place to start in this class. The bull in second, very muscular, very typey kind of a calf that's got some length of body to him, very neat up through his neck and his front end. He doesn't have the rib and the volume, the overall mass. He's not quite as good on his feet and legs as our class winner, but a lot of quality in this guy as well. Nice pair and really a nice calf that won the class. Thank you.
Well, congratulations back in the Beef Builder ring. Results out of Class 36. First place exhibited by Ransom Richardson of Braggs, Oklahoma. Second place went to Sophie McGuire. And third place will go to Big Blue Braunvieh.
We get out here, the fall calf champion drive here in the beef builder side. Two very competitive classes. I thought there was some challenge and sort to both those top pairs in those classes. But we get out here, I think it's pretty straightforward. I like the two heifers out of the first class. A lot of freshness, a lot of quality. They come to the top of this division. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in the senior calf division. Your champion and reserve coming out of Class 35. Champion goes to Sophie McGuire with OCC Bricktown's Winifred. And reserve champion will go to Bartley Livestock with BL Holly KD 25. Back in the Charlotte ring, results of your final class in our spring calf division. First place went to back number 4213. Three Aces Kingsman 3523, exhibited by Alyssa Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. Second place in that class was exhibited by Rockin' K Cattle of Lexington, Virginia.
Well, as we begin our Charlotte Bull Show, we've got a nice division run here, and our May calf and April calf were both single entry winners, and I really liked both of them in terms of some muscle, some length. The testicles were good. Standing still, I liked them both really well. I'd like to change the front leg and front shoulder structure a bit on our first class winner, and I'd like to free up the movement of our bull that is our single entry out of class 2. And then we came to the March class and had a good pair, and yet one that was really dominant in terms of rib and volume. I talked about just his strength. He's got a good bull look to him, and yet youthful enough that he's got some future about him. My congratulations to all of them. Let's give him a nice round of applause, and I'll get you a champion reserve.
We've got a single entry summer-born heifer in here the young lady brings us, and a good representative of this division. Good-bodied, good big-footed kind of a heifer that's sound when she gets out on the go. When she stops there, maybe you could see her to be just a bit deeper and softer back to her flank. We'll see her back in the champion drive. Let's put our hands together for this young lady.
Well, congratulations in the Charlotte ring, spring calf. Champion will go to back number 4213. Bred and owned by Alyssa Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee, with Three Aces Kingsman 3523. Reserve champion in that division will go to back number 4211. Bred and owned by Lily Williams of Keithville, Louisiana. We're now going to bring in Class 4A. These are junior bull calves. Back in the beef builder ring, results. A Class 37 first place exhibited by Annabelle Lehman of Leroy, Kansas, with ALL Miss Caro K650.
Another single entry in this division. A heifer's about to be 2 years old. Really gives you a good maternal look. Real neat up about her head, neck, and shoulder. Good balanced, sound made kind of a heifer. Congratulations on your division win. We'll see you back in the champion drive.
Well, congratulations in Class 41 in your junior division. Your champion will go to back number 2074. That's Star Josie Lynn, 26K, exhibited by Kaylin Jacobs of Brenham, Texas. Your next class in the ring will be the final class here in our Beef Builder show. This will be Class 42 Beef Builder Senior Yearlings, born September to December of 2021.
Another single entry fall 2-year-old heifer comes in. Really like how she's built. Certainly see a lot of quality when she comes in here. Neat neck to go along with having a lot of width and body shape. Real good and soft and secure at the ground in terms of her structure. For a 2-year-old heifer, maybe you wish she was showing a little further along in calf. Says she'll calve later this spring, but a heifer quality-wise is very good and certainly up there with anything we've seen today. Congratulations. We'll see her back in the champion drive.
So we start our second division in the Charlotte Bull Show. Got a pair of Februaries and got a really attractive, long-bodied, very well-made bull that wins the class. Good long through his top. Beautiful set through his hip and his hind leg, and yet got some muscling in him, some strength up into his front end, and yet he blends everything together really well. And he gets out and walks very, very nicely. Frankly, if I were to change something, he's a bull. He's one of those calves that when he moves, he pulls his testicles up into his scrotum just a little bit, and that bugs me somewhat. I'm not sure it's a real problem. Just one of those things it's a little annoying to look at. But I love that one's length. I like the shape of his top. Beautifully conditioned bull with a lot of quality to him. The bull in second, really thick. I mean, that guy's got a big top. Very, very expressive out through his hip and through his stifle. He's got so much muscle, he just doesn't move well enough. He's tightening up through his shoulder. He's tightening up there in his hind leg, and so we just need to free him up somewhat. If he'll hold himself together structurally, that bull's got some good things to offer because of the extreme muscle he's got. Thank you.
Well, currently in ring one, our judge is looking through all of his division champion reserves and going to select a grand reserve beef builder female here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Back over in the Charlotte ring, results Class 4A junior calves. First place exhibited by David and Annette Bonaker of Cedar Hill, Missouri with a WH Euro 312 PLD. And second place in that class will go to HF Legacy exhibited by Harris Livestock Farms, Helper, Kansas.
Again, just a single entry here in our Charlet show, and this one again is really, really good. I love his length, and for that kind of length, he just keeps his top line together so nicely. He's strong right in behind his shoulder. He's strong through his loin and out through his hip. Got a beautiful set from hooks to pins. Again, testicles are good on that guy. He gets out and moves very, very nicely. I think a very, very nice single entry here in this January class. Thank you.
We get out here in the Beef Builder female champion drive. Good cattle all the way through. Honestly, I genuinely like these Braunvieh cattle, and particularly these composite cattle. I've owned them, still own some, and certainly see the value in them. I judged y'all's junior nationals 5 or 6 years ago, and I know the Beef Builder female was Beef Master Braunvieh. And I loved her, used her to win, tried to buy her after the show. The young lady would not sell her to me. But just to show you, I genuinely really like these cattle and see what they can do in a lot of different systems going forward. We've had good cattle all the way through, but I'll be honest, there's one hit me today really hard. Probably kind of one of those deals, so something comes in the ring that even better than you expect. You expect the quality to be good coming to the Cattlemen's Congress, but I think we have one that's certainly a standout in this breed, wins rather handily, and some a really, really good one to be reserved as well. So let's put our hands together for all these Beef Builder exhibitors. I'll show you my 2 favorites.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion beef builder female coming out of that first division, Miss JMS Dior L374. Congratulations, Jalen Smith, Rosebud, Arkansas.
Well, here in our division run, our second division run here in our Charlet Bull Show, got an excellent pair of bulls here in our class winners, just 2 out of that first class, and we used this bull because of his soundness. The length of his body was excellent. His composition is good. He's really got just a little more bone to him, perhaps, than the bull that we've got winning the second class. He's not quite as good right in behind his shoulder or along his top line. He gets a little easier there, but that's a long-bodied calf that's got some muscling in him and tremendous amount of bone and substance about him. And our single entry out of the January class we just talked about is one that's incredibly good as well. Love his length, the depth of his rib is good. He's beautiful through his neck and his front end, and he's dead level down his top line and through his hip, got a nice set of testicles about him. He isn't as heavy boned as a calf that wins that first class, so there's a bit of give and take here. I think both of them are exceptionally good bulls that deserve your consideration and merit. Take a look at them, study their pedigrees, because these are 2 young bulls that could certainly offer a lot of good things. Congratulations to them. Let's give them a nice hand, and I'll get you a champion reserve.
Well, congratulations in the Charlotte ring. Your junior calf champion will go to back number 4218. That's CAH White Noise 02L, exhibited by Avery Hunt, Longview, Texas. Reserve champion that division will go to back number 4215. That's WH Euro 312, exhibited, bred known by David and Annette Bonacker of Cedar Hill, Missouri. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now bring in Class 5 winner bull calves. Back over in the Beef Builder ring, we do have the reserve grand champion. A big congratulations to Sophie McGuire with OCC Bricktown's Winifred.
We have a single entry and the pair balance Beef Builder show over here, but a really good pair, a really good cow this young lady brings us. Stout cow that has an awesome udder. I love the size and spacing of her teats. Cow, I really like how much body and width she has in relation to her frame size. And a moderate frame cow still weighs something. I really like the cow and has a nice, really nice heifer calf the side. Congratulations to both of you.
Well, congratulations, your champion cow calf here in our Beef Builders show goes back to number 2076. That's Alyssa Stinnett of Seymour, Missouri with STN Miss Quinn. We'll now get started with your Beef Builder Bull Show. First class in the ring will be Class 47 Junior Bull Calves, born January to February of 23.
I'm going to start our Beef Builder show at the single entry, a January bull. Really stout, real rugged in the way he's put together. But looks like he maybe had an injury on this back show side hoof, but it's not bothering him at all. Getting around, moving, really good. Good structured bull that has some power. Certainly see some future in him. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. First place in your junior calf champion. Go to back number 2077. That's Mr. XY and Z, new kid in town, exhibited by Maxwell Farms, Page, Texas. Next class in be Class 52 here in your Beef Builder Bull Show, Spring Yearling Bulls, born March to April of 2022.
All right, another very nice set of Charolais bulls here as we get into this fall or winter division. November, December's in this class, and really a big growthy bull that wins, obviously, that's got some length of body to him, tremendous muscle shape, dimension. He's really, really clean and tight in his underline there in his sheath, and has some masculinity to him. His scroll's good. And perhaps for me, the reason he really wins this class is he's the soundest of the three. Gets out and goes well, tracks nicely on both ends of his skeleton. The front 2/3 of this guy in second's really nice. He's deep rib, big volume. The testicles are good. He's neatly laid through his shoulder, very smooth up in his front end, has some rib and volume to him. He needs to be changed a little bit in his hip, and I'd certainly like to change the way he moves off his hind leg just a bit. The bull that comes in thirds, long and trim and very, very clean, very attractive. His lines are sharp and neat. He's too narrow underneath. He gets his front knees placed too close, wants to toe out a little bit. I'd like to just make him a bit more base wide as you get in on either end of his skeleton and compare him to the two we've got ahead of him. Thank you.
Well, congratulations in our winter bull calf class. First place, go to back number 4221. This is AML Cars Roadhouse 220, owned by Dimebel Charlet, Newcastle, Nebraska, Car Cattle Company, Webb City, Missouri, and AM Livestock of Richmond, Kansas. Second place and congratulations go to Wheeler Farms of Chickasha, Oklahoma. And third place and congratulations to Megan Johnson, Beaver, Oklahoma. We'll now look to see Class 6 Senior Bull Calves.
Just a single entry here in our older fall class. This is an October bull that, again, you like his length, you like his depth. He's put together very nicely through his shoulder and along his top line. He's beautifully conditioned for one at this stage of his life and has some shape to him. He's not the widest one we've seen out here yet this afternoon in the bull show, but that's a really high quality single entry October bull. Thank you.
Well, congratulations in Class 6, our last class before the division. First place will go to Megan Johnson of Beaver, Oklahoma, with J.O. Iceman, 230.
Two good bulls in this class that are real different in terms of their type and kind. Gonna run with this gray bull, one you really like when you put him into motion. For a bull that has some look and some substance, tons of just reach and organization to his skeleton. Big-footed, sure-footed kind of a bull that's just really mobile. And get past that, he's easily the better balanced, better-looking one. Also, kind of your first impression is you wish he just had a shot more body. Bull comes to us probably a little thinner in his condition. Maybe looks like he's been actually out breeding some cows, but like to see him be a little fuller and deeper there, particularly in his forerib. But love his structure, love his look. Bull that has some shape to him, a lot of quality in the way he's built. The bull in second is better in his heart and forerib, looks to be easier fleshing. Bull that still has some nice pieces. He's neat-necked. Bull that has a lot of muscle to him. You put him into motion, he probably just gets a little plainer out of his hip and his hind leg. Not as stout, not as square, not as much just reach and range of motion as the bull that wins the class, but a nice pair that are real different in terms of their type and kind.
Here in our Charlotte Bull Show, we're going to make a selection in our fall division, and good set of bulls. Again, not tons in this division. Had three really good bulls that were a little different in type and kind, and landed on the one that was sound and had length and muscle, really trim in his underline, and yet had some rib and volume to him to win that class. And then had the second that was really good from his hip forward, depth and volume. Need to change him a little bit in his hind leg. The single entry bull, tremendously long body, deep-sided bull. He does get out and go well. He blends neat through his shoulder. He's perhaps not as shapely in terms of muscle, maybe of either the bulls right ahead of him, but I like his feet and leg structure real well, and a bull that just kind of gets out and goes very nicely. Good set. Nice trio out here. Let's give them a good round of applause, and we'll get you a champion reserve.
Nice single entry. We get in this next division here. Good bodied bull, particularly in this division. I like the body in relation to his frame size. Go along with that. Bull's got some muscle, still has some look up through his front end. Maybe a little shorter, a little rounder out of his hip, but a quality bull that's got a lot of body and muscle. Congratulations. We'll see him back in the champion drive.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Charlotte ring, results of your senior calf division champion. We'll go to back number 4221. That's AML Cars Roadhouse, owned by Diable Charlotte Car Cattle Company and AM Livestock. Reserve champion, and congratulations, Megan Johnson, Beaver, Oklahoma, with J.O. Iceman. Now entering the ring, in our Charlotte ring will be your intermediate division. This will be the only class in this division. Back in the Braunvieh ring, results of class 52, first place went to back number 2079. That's Jam's Platinum Pimp, exhibited by Jose Munoz of Amherst, Texas. Second place, and congratulations in that class to Lena King of Webbers Falls, Oklahoma. First place in class 53 also going to Jose Munoz. Now in the ring, our judge will select his champion reserve junior bulls.
Well, here in our Charlotte show, we've got just a single entry in the intermediate division. He's going to represent it very nicely. This bull's long, he's thick, he's very attractive through his shoulder and his front end, and yet has some masculinity to him. His testicles are good. I might like to even up his front toes a little bit, especially here on the right side, and point him a little square up front. But that is a really good bull, tremendous thickness and length of body to him. Thank you.
In this senior division of beef builder bulls, two good class winners. I think two bulls that bring a lot of good to the lineup, and there's just little differences between them. We talked about the young man's with the younger class 1 winner. Really good in terms of his structure and his quality. Kind of has that kind of rare blend of structure that he's attractive, but still has some extra set and extra reach off both ends. Really like just his foot quality and structure quality. Bull that's got a lot of look and shape to him. We talked about in class, maybe wish he had a bit more forerib, but looks like he's maybe more in just a bit more breeding shape. Still a bull that certainly doesn't look hard by any means. The bull out of the second class is a bit better bodied. Another good balanced bull that's muscular. Probably not built as neat from the side, a little shorter and steeper out of his hip. Probably not as stout-boned or attractive in the set to his hind leg, but he does look to be a bit easier fleshing, a bit bigger bodied, and certainly is an important factor there. So there's some trade-offs there. I really like the way the bull up front goes. He's going to be our division champion. Bull out of class 2 is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Well, again, just a single entry here, and really a tremendously high quality coming 2-year-old with a great deal of rib and volume and mass, and yet quite attractive to look at up through his shoulder and his front end. Got a good head on him, good top line in him, got some muscling about him. Yeah, I'd like to change his front feet again just a little bit. He's a notch pigeon-toed, but he gets out and handles himself well. He's got some length of stride to him. I think an awfully good older bull with a tremendous amount of quality to him.
Well, congratulations in the Charlotte ring, your junior champion bull. We'll go to Rocket Nuclear Explosion 2001, bred and owned by Lily Williams of Keithville, Louisiana. Division before that, we also had your champion intermediate bull, exhibited by Bar J Livestock Incorporated and Car Cattle Company, with cars Mr. Ignite 222P. At this time in the Charlotte ring, we're going to bring in your class 13 2-year-old bulls. This will be our final class of Charlotte bulls. Back over in the beef builder ring, junior champion bull is back number 2079. Reserve champion is back number 2080, both exhibited by Jose Antonio Munoz, Amherst, Texas.
Out here in the Beef Builder Bull Show Champion Drive. Not a lot of numbers, but certainly I like the bulls to come back out here in the Champion Drive. I think represent what we're looking for. Good structured bulls that are rugged in their kind. Not going to make too much out of it. I think these two silver bulls match up well. A lot of quality in the way they're put together. They've got muscle and still real functional. They're going to be our champion reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in the Beef Builder ring. Your grand champion bull going to back number 2079. That's Jose Antonio Munoz with Jams on Time. Reserve champion also going to Jose Munoz with Jams Platinum Pimp. Again, congratulate. We're going to flip-flop that. Platinum Pimp was your champion. And 2080, Jose on Time was your reserve. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. We'll now look to start your full-blood and purebred Braunvieh female show.
Nice pair of older bulls here as we finish up our classes in the Charlet show, and they are obviously quite a bit different in type. You need to kind of study them for your own use and program and where they fit. There's no doubt. I think the bull that wins excels in muscle and rib and mass, and to have that kind of muscle. He's really pretty good through his shoulder and his front end. He's really clean in his joints, smooth in his joints for a big older bull, and that he has an advantage there over the calf in second. I would like to lengthen this guy out just a little bit. He's a little shorter and rounder through his hip. I'd like to just lengthen him apart a little bit all the way through, and that's where the bull in second really excels. Tremendously long-bodied. He's a big bone bull, but again, maybe to the point of being just a little coarser in his joints. And for that kind of bone, we need to give him a notch more spring to the upper part of his rib cage and muscle to match that bone that he has down low. Interesting pair. You can make a judgment in your mind what your program needs. A good pair of bulls, and my congratulations to them. Thank you.
Well, congratulations, your senior champion bull exhibited by Braunvieh Livestock Incorporated, Liverpool, Texas, with BJCF Caldwell J701ET. In second place in reserve in that division, we'll go to back number 4225, SC Mr. Outlier 1010 PLD. Congratulations to those exhibitors at this time in the Charlet ring. We're going to bring in your division champion reserves, and our judge, Mr. Jack Ward, will be selecting his grand and reserve grand champion, Charlet bull. Ladies and gentlemen, and Jim Norick, as our division champion reserves enter the ring, can you put your hands together and thank our judge today, Mr. Jack Ward, Plattsburgh, Missouri. Again, over in the Braunvieh ring, we are breaking for photos, and we will be starting back with your purebred and full-blood Braunvieh female show.
All right, we're ready to finish up here in our Charlet show with the selection of our champion and reserve bull. And I'm going to be very frank with you. This might be the toughest decision I've had yet in the Charlet show, and that's a true compliment to the breeders and the exhibitors. You always expect to see a really good Charlet bull show, and this one's no exception. These breeders have brought some good ones to you, and I'd sure encourage you to kind of get back into the stalls and look at them, study their pedigrees, their numbers, where they might fit in your particular programs, and the kind of type or the phenotype that you like as well. Honestly, it starts right with that March bull calf. I mean, I told you right on that I like that guy real well, and I'm not going to lie to you. He gets right into the mix of things out here to be your champion. I like his length and his depth. He's a bull that it doesn't overwhelm you in terms of bone, but as I said, in that division, he's a strong masculine bull, and yet looks like a calf and has some future to him. So I think he can kind of get right into the discussion to be your champion. The January bull's a good one as well. He beat a good one. And this one was better right behind his shoulder along his top line than the bull that was reserved that had a little more bone to him. This bull, for the kind of length that he has, really holds himself together really, really well. He's not quite as deep-ribbed and flanked as some, and that bothers me a little bit, but I think he's a good young bull that has time to expand, and I think he needs to be considered to be your champion because, again, just a good-headed, long-bodied bull that has a lot of value to him. Our fall bull is also one that needs to get in the mix of this thing pretty quick. He's really thick. He beat some bulls in that division because he was the soundest one of that group. We talked about him being really, really neat and trimmed to his sheath. He's a big testicled bull. The size and shape of his scrotum is nice. The length of his body is good. He gets out and goes well. Kind of like the one right ahead of him. We could maybe give him just a little bit more forerib and heart, a little more flank. But I like his composition really, really well, and tremendous amount of muscling, and for that kind of muscling, moves very, very nicely. Our single entry in the May class, or May bull, we talked about, we couldn't find one maybe to represent it in our champion lineup any better. Love his length. His thickness is excellent. Beautiful through his shoulders, front end. He's pretty good through his hip and his hind leg. I'd like to change the shape of his front feet just a little bit, especially there on his right side. Another single entry that came out of this junior yearling division, and just pure density and volume and mass in this guy. A lot of depth of rib and capacity. I'd like to maybe just honestly trim him up a little bit. He's a little wasteful underneath. He gets a little more fat deposited back there around his scrotum. And I'd like to change that, but I mean to tell you, that guy is as pure dense as any that we have out here. And then this older bull we talked about, we had two good bulls there that were quite a bit different in kind. This one suited me because of his thickness, his rib shape. I liked him because he was clean in his joints for the amount of muscling that he's got. Offers a lot of good things, and as I said, in that division, I'd maybe like to lengthen him up just a little bit. This is close. As you can tell, I think there's some good things about many of them to be your champion. This will be the last time I speak to you here this afternoon. I want to thank the Charlet Association for inviting me to be a part of the Cattlemen's Congress Charlet show. Thank the Cattlemen's Congress group for putting on another very special event. And finally, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about the guy we used to see standing down here at the end of the ring every year. That was a big part of getting this show started, an icon in the industry, a friend, a colleague, and someone that'll be dearly missed. But I'll guarantee you he's somewhere watching us and making sure we're doing a good job and getting this show pulled off. So my appreciation to everyone. I want to say my condolences, and we did all week, to the friends and family of Gerald. He'll be missed, but never forgotten. Give him a nice round of applause, and we'll get you a champion reserve.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion, Charlotte Bull, going to back number 4221. That's AML Cars Roadhouse 220, exhibited by Dibble Charlotte, Newcastle, Nebraska, Cattle Company, Webb City, Missouri, and AM Livestock, Richmond, Kansas. And your reserve grand champion coming out of that spring calf division, a big congratulations. Bred and owned by Alyssa Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee, with 3 aces, Kingsman 35-23. Again, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, all the Charlotte exhibitors. Those of you in Jim Norick, let's put our hands together once again for not only our Charlotte Association, but Mr. Jack Ward. Back in the Braunvieh ring, we are getting started with your purebred Braunvieh female show. First class in the ring will be summer heifer calves born on or after May 1st of 2023.
We've got a really good pair of summer-born heifer calves to get started in the Braunvieh female show here. As they've both come in the gate, I like both just their foot size and structure. Their motion is very good. That's kind of my first sort on any of these. They only go from there. I think the heifer that wins is a bit stouter, a bit more shape in terms to her upper rib shape. Once you park them there from the side, probably a little neater through her chest floor and her neckline. Big bone heifer that's really good structure, and certainly see a lot of future in her. Love the structure and just how smooth the one in second's put together. Just a little flatter, a little plainer today when I get on top of the cattle. But she does come to us a bit greener in her type and kind. I see a lot of future in both those females. Congratulations to both of you.
Congratulations in Class 1 over here in your Braunvieh female show. First place, so go to back number 2082. This is Miss JMS Celine L414, exhibited by Jalen Smith, Rosebud, Arkansas. Second place in that class, and congratulations, Cambry Pittman, Canadian, Texas. Now entering the ring is Class 2. These are purebred and full-blood Braunvieh females born April of 2023.
Another nice class here, and a good heifer that wins. In relation to these three, she's the one that has the most true width, I think, rib shape and power to her. At the same time, you put her into motion, she probably handles her rear pastern and rear foot with a little bit more comfort than the heifer right in second. And then you get her stopped. She's a little neater, has more extension up through her front end. Altogether, really nice heifer to win this class. I think the heifer in second's maybe a bit deeper and softer through her lower forerib and flank. Smooth made heifer that has some bone, a lot of quality I see in her. Standing right next to the heifer that wins, she's just maybe a bit narrow and a little flatter. I'm going to get right up on top of the cattle. Heifer in third is just quite a bit greener today in terms of her condition. I think with some more feed and finish, she certainly can catch up to those other two because she's built good, just not near as much of her today. She's certainly green the way she's brought to us. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 2. First place will go to back number 2083. This is MCC Miss Thunderbird 01L, exhibited by Samantha Malman. Second place in that class went to Lennon Lister, Lindsay, Oklahoma. Third place will go to Piper Hawkins of Amarillo, Texas. Now in the Braunvieh ring, Class 3. These are early spring heifer calves, born March of 23.
I think two good heifers that come to the top of this class pretty quick, and then there's some sort between the two. The longer I study them, I think the heifer up front just comes to us more fault-free, really smooth, the darker pigmented heifer, really balanced. Particularly when you put her into motion, she's the most comfortable. The way she handles her top line, has the most range of motion out of her hip and her hind leg to go along with being real fresh and balanced. I like that the heifer in second has a shot more foot size, bone, just substance and power, and she does that with still being big-bodied. She has some extra power, still being good balanced in her look. Probably what gets her in the pair today is when you put her into motion. Today she just doesn't handle her top line quite as good, maybe a little coarser about her hock, just isn't as fluid when you put her into motion when compared to that class winner. But I like both those a good bit. Heifer in third is a longer bodied and more refined kind of heifer, real smooth shouldered, real attractive up through her front end. A little steeper there maybe from hooks to pins. She's not as level or stout back there out of her hip. Two more moderate kind of heifers that are going to round out the class. I think they're both functional in their kind. They're big-bodied, good-footed kind of heifers, just both a little shorter-sided, both a little narrower when I get in behind the cattle. That was a deep class. Let's put our hands together for those Braunvieh exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in Class 3 over here in the Braunvieh ring. First place will go to back number 2086. This is Miss JMS London L399, exhibited by Jalen Smith, Rosebud, Arkansas. Second place exhibited by Shelby Prazik, Brenham, Texas, with prize Miss Epic 91 LET. Third place will go to Jeremiah Gonzalez Jr. of Palestine, Texas. Fourth place went to Michael Lehman of Leroy, Kansas. And fifth place will go to Coy Pittman, Canadian, Texas. Now in the ring will be Class 4A. These are full-blood and purebred Braunvieh females born February of 2023.
Nice class here, and maybe more give and take, top to bottom, than our first few. But land on a heifer, I think that brings a lot of quality out here. Young lady does a really good job of getting her showed, and when she does get her parked there from the side, tons of balance, tons of quality and freshness, and that stands out in this class. Heifer still has some bone and power to her. I think she's good-footed when you put her into motion. She maybe gets up in her top a little bit, and I can relax her there, but love the look she gives you. Really fresh, really balanced one. I think she wins rather handily. I kind of had a second and third flipped a few times in my mind, honestly. In motion, I probably like them the other way. When you stop, this Brindle heifer certainly has some real intriguing pieces. Real neat up through her front end, has a little extra shape to her center body. Just another really good balanced one. Maybe a little smaller footed. Maybe wants to kind of fall apart in her top line a bit when you put her into motion. The heifer in third is a bit more, takes a longer stride than the heifer in second. That's why I think it's certainly a close pair. Maybe gets a bit plainer when parked. A little shallower bodied, a little plainer through her front third when compared to the top pair. But a real functional kind of heifer. Certainly good in terms of her typing. A competitive pair. Shorter body, maybe kind of lower performing heifer here in fourth, but she's sound made, real functional in her typing kind. Probably just gives up quite a bit of mass and volume in this set. Congratulations, that's a nice class.
Well, congratulations in Class 4A, first place. We'll go to Lennon Lister of Lindsay, Oklahoma, with OCC Harley May, 52L. Second place, and congratulations, Shelby Prazik of Brenham, Texas, with Praz Miss Firefly, 90 LET. Third place, exhibited by Cambry Pittman. Fourth place in that class will go to Coy Pittman. We'll now look to see your final class here in this division. This will be Class 4B, early junior heifer calves, born January of 23.
a nice class of, I think, January heifers in our calf division. A nice heifer that wins. I think she wins rather handily. She's probably the stoutest heifer and has the most weight per day of age, but that's not why she wins. Really, it's her combination of structure and body, and here certainly stands out. Really good structured, really good in terms of the way she uses her spine out to her hip and tail head when you put her into motion. She's still the best bodied one that's really fresh in terms of her condition. Nitpicker from the side, maybe gets up in her flank a little bit in relation to her chest, but a sound, smooth, really good body kind of heifer that wins rather handily. I thought second and third was really close. It kind of went back and forth on the pair. I think the heifer in second has a bit more true width and volume and mass. When I get right in behind the cattle, I think she's also a bit deeper sided there from the side. I could change her. She wants to kind of come in at her hock a little bit, just to be a little square out there out of her hip and out of her hock, but a good-bodied, smooth-made kind of heifer. I really like some pieces of this heifer in third. Really clean and long up through her front end. Has a good set to her hind leg. I think she's square built than the heifer right in front of her. As we just talked about, within this pair, she maybe gets a little shallower bodied, maybe a little flatter when I get on top of the cattle compared to the top pair. The two heifers that are going to round out the class, good structured kind of heifers. They're both kind of longer bodied, both just giving up a lot in terms of the center portion, other bodied, a little shallower bodied, a little harder today. Maybe some of that's probably because they're just brought to us a little greener in terms of their condition. That was a really nice class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in that final class before the division. First place to go to back number 2096, exhibited by Big Blue Braunvieh of DeWitt, Nebraska. Second place, exhibited by Riley Flowers of Mount Vernon, Texas. Third place went to Shelby Smircina of Wiley, Texas. Fourth place will go to Eric Pettit, Page, Texas. And fifth place, and congratulations, Colt Pittman. Now in the ring are all your firsts and seconds. We'll select a champion reserve junior heifer calf.
Well, I tell you what, this is an exciting calf division of Braunvieh's out here. All five class winners really hit me with a lot of quality. Probably what you expect of any breed coming to the Cattlemen's Congress, but this one does not fall short in just quality. These heifer calves are good. They look fresh and are ready to go. We started with, I believe she's a May heifer calf down here. One I see a lot of future in. She's probably got a little extra foot size and bone and substance in this lineup. At the same time, she's still really sound and correct in terms of her skeleton to go along with that foot size and substance. Smooth made heifer. She maybe could be rocked back a little better up there through her knee, but one, I really like that kind of substance and structural quality. She's certainly in contention out here. Another powerful kind of heifer that comes out of the second class. Another one that's real neat up through her front end. Maybe gets up in her top ever so slightly when we put her into motion. The darker pigmented heifer here out of Class 3, won that class. I said it's probably because she's the harder one to fault. She get out here, she's one that's just real complete. Sound, square in the way she sets them down to her corners, really smooth in the way she's put together. And for one that's real balanced and smooth, you get on top of her, she still has some width and shape to her. Really high quality heifer there. Heifer coming out next. This young lady's an awesome showman and gets the most out of her. Heifer gives you a great look once she's stopped. She probably has a few holes, in my opinion, when you put her into motion in this lineup. And then the oldest heifer we just talked about, really good bodied, really flexible when you get her out on the go. Could balance up a little bit better for me from her chest to her flank and maybe be a little square when you get in behind her there from her hooks to her pins to her hock. But just big picture, I really like her body type. I really like her structure. So a really good lineup. Let's put our hands together for these Braunvieh exhibitors. I'll show you my two favorites.
Well, congratulations, your champion junior heifer calf coming out of Class 3, back number 2086. That's Miss JMS London L399, exhibited by Jalen Smith, Rosebud, Arkansas. And your reserve champion in that division will come out of the same class, back number 2089. That's Praz Miss Epic 91 LET, exhibited by Shelby Prazik of Brenham, Texas. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now get started with your senior calf division. First class in the rings, Class 5, winner heifer calves born November to December of 2022.
We get in the first class of fall heifers. I really see a lot of quality in both of the top pair heifers in the same age class, but there's quite a bit of difference in just maturity. And even with that said, I think the one that wins is just overpowering. Big-footed, huge bone, and then real loose in terms of her skeleton to go along with that, and a really good bodied one. All that helps her balance really good. Heifer that's strong and powerful in her look, still looks cowy, still good in terms of her structure, just a good one in here. Heifer in second, the way she's built through her front third is really good. Really feminine, really extended. She is neater up there through her shoulder and front end than our class winner, and the angle of her skeleton through her front third is extra correct as well. Just from there back, there's not near as much effort compared to the class winner. Little lighter bone, cuts up in her flank just a bit more than our class winner, but I see a lot of quality, particularly the way she's built out of her front end. Heifer in third is stouter boned and stouter featured than the heifer in second. Heifer today just gets a little flatter and shallower there through the center portion of her body. Kind of takes away from her balance. That's a good class and a real nice heifer to win. Congratulations.
Congratulations in Class 5. First place to go to back number 2102. This is Miss Royal Madonna 12K2, exhibited by Lauren Bacala of Wharton, Texas. Second place exhibited by Star Ranch, Weatherford, Texas. And third place will go to Lauren Bacala. Now in the ring will be your final class in this division. This is Class 6, full-bred and purebred Braunvieh females, born September to October of 2022.
Nice class of older fall heifer calves here, and a good heifer to wins. Really just fresh in the way she's brought to us today, but she's quite easily the widest and boldest made kind of heifer when you get on top of the cattle. Still gives you a really good, fresh, attractive look from the side. She's probably also the longest and cleanest up to her front end. Heifer meets her stride. Standing there, she maybe looks to be a little upright in her hock. Probably moves better than I expect. She still meets her stride good and moves plenty comfortable today in this class. Real fresh, attractive heifer to win. I like the way the heifer in second's built really well. A good hip, good hind leg, heifer that has some width and power to her. She's quite a bit plainer in her look from the side when you compare her to the heifer that wins. She's not as just fresh in terms of her condition, the way she's brought to us today, but a good built heifer that lands in second. I thought third and fourth had some trade-offs. The heifer in third gets a little narrow for me when I get behind the cattle, but she gives you a good quality look from the side. She's the better balanced one in the pair that's deeper bodied. Like to just see her be a bit more opened up when I get behind the cattle. So I thought that was close because this darker pigmented heifer is bolder ribbed. I think there's just more dimension to her. Gets a little coarser and a little rounder for me, really off both ends out here from the side. That's a good class. Let's put our hands together for those Braunvieh exhibitors. We've got a good division of fall-born Braunvieh heifers out here and a good pair of them to select between for champion. The younger heifer up front's one hit me pretty hard, to be honest, when she came out of the gate, just in motion for one that has that kind of foot size and substance. She's really athletic, really comfortable in the way she's built in her skeleton. Heifer that's really good bodied and proportional as well. Then the heifer comes in the next class, another one I think's got some real neat pieces and kind of elite pieces for this breed as well. As we talked about her in class, she's awesome when you get right on top of the cattle. Wide made, has some extra shape to her rib and to her muscle. Then you step off from the side, really fresh, really neat up through her chest and through her front end. Doesn't have the substance. I don't think she's built quite as good in the angles of her skeleton, but certainly moves good enough today. But love her shape, love her look, and her freshness is very impressive. So a really good pair of them. I love the bone and structure, and the younger heifer, she's going to be champion. The older heifer out of class 2 is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the Braunvieh ring. Your senior calf champion will go to back number 2102. That was Lauren Bonkel of Wharton, Texas, with Miss Royal Madonna 12K2. And reserve champion will go to back number 2104. That was SW Maya, exhibited by Ellen Zyming of Campbellsburg, Indiana. We're now going to see Class 7. These will be Braunvieh females born July to August of 2022.
A nice August-born single entry this young lady brings us. Stout bone, stout featured heifer that's sound made. Maybe could help her balance up a bit better there and drop her in her flank just a bit, but a good quality heifer. We'll see her back in the division drive. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 7. First place went to back number 2107, Prize Miss Baby Blue, 85K, exhibited by Riley Flowers of Mount Vernon, Texas. Now in the ring is Class 8. These are early summer yearlings born May to June of 2022.
Honestly, I think this is a very close pair and kind of going back and forth. Heifers that are very similar in type and kind. It's just little differences between the two. The more I study, I think there's just more to this darker pigmented heifer, a bit more upper rib shape, a bit more bone, and just true width and substance to her. Heifer's real good and level in her top line. You know, my first impression, I think she needs to be just deeper and softer bodied, help her just be a little easier fleshing and help her balance up a bit better. But a good structured, good in her top line, a bit stouter today in this set. This heifer's kind of giving us a hard time today. I do think she is a bit deeper bodied. I think I like the set to her hip and her hind leg. Maybe just a little frailer bone, a little flatter when I get right up on top of the cattle. To go along with that, she's maybe still not as neat up through her front third, but a real close pair there. Some small differences between the two.
Well, congratulations in Class 8. First place went to Prize Mix Phoenix, 76K, exhibited by Shelby Prazik. And second place in that class will also go to Shelby Prazik with Prize Miss First Lady, 79K ET. We'll now bring those first and seconds in, select the champion reserve in our intermediate division.
We get here for this division selection. The single entry heifer up front has quite a bit more just rib, body, and volume. We go along with that, still fresh up there through her chest and in front end. I think she's the more massive heifer that's better balanced. She gets up in her top a little ever so slightly, and which she's a bit more comfortable in that regard when you put her into motion. Too much volume and freshness. She's going to be our champion. The heifer out of Class 2B reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Your intermediate champion heifer going to back number 2107. That's Prize Miss Baby Blue, 85K, exhibited by Riley Flowers. Reserve champion will go to Shelby Prazik with Prize Miss Phoenix, 76K. We'll now look to see Class 9. These will be Braunvieh females born April of 2022.
We had a really nice single entry in this class. I'll be 2 in April and certainly looks to be bred and on target in that regard. But fresh heifer that's real neat up through her chest and her front end, has some shape to her. Really like the condition she's in. She's fresh condition and appears to be bred and correct structured. Nice heifer. We'll get her back here in a division drive.
Congratulations in Class 9. First place will go to back number 2113. This is Miss JMS Beth K312, exhibited by Jalen Smith of Rosebud, Arkansas. Now in the ring, we'll look for Class 10. These will be early spring yearling Braunvieh females born March of 22.
a nice March-born single entry this young lady brings us that she'll calve in May and certainly looks on target for that. A really good bodied, fresh-fronted kind of a heifer. It gets up in her top and down her pins ever so slightly when you put her into motion, but a big body one. We'll see her back in the champion drive. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 10 over here in the Braunvieh ring. First place went to back number 2114. That's Alexander L7 Cotton Ginger, exhibited by Riley Flowers. We'll now bring in Class 11. These will be junior yearlings born January to February of 22.
Young lady brings us a really good coming 2-year-old in this class that wins rather handily. Just massive bodied, still really fresh in terms of her condition, and really correct in terms of her feet and leg structure. Reach and comfort off both ends of her skeleton. Really good, heavy bred, dark pigmented one that gives you a lot of look. And is brought to us today really fresh and on point. I think second and third, there's some trade-offs in those cattle. See a bit more just rib and dimension in the heifer in second. Another one that's big-footed and powerful. She doesn't have the same kind of just balance and freshness and look as a heifer that wins the class. A nice, moderate framed heifer that still has a lot of dimension to her here in third. Cuts up in her flank a bit more. Just a little shorter-sided, maybe a little plainer in her look from the side. That's a nice class and a really nice class winner. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 11, first place. So go to back number 2115. This is Miss BBB 2232, exhibited by Alan Zeigbein of Campbellsburg, Indiana. Second place will go to back number 2117. This is Praz Miss Revival 68 JET, exhibited by Shelby Prazik of Brenham, Texas. Third place will go to Cole Pittman of Canadian, Texas. Those first and seconds are entering the ring. Our judge will select his champion reserve in our junior division.
Really good set of senior heifers out here, and I know how hard it is to defeat them and haul them for over a year and bring them back bred like this, and my hat's off to you three young ladies. Y'all have done that here and done a good job. All three of these heifers are fresh. You can tell all three are bred and look like they're going to calve close to their second birthday, and all heifers that bring a lot of quality to the table. We started out with the first class-winning heifer, really good structured heifer, real correct in the way she gets around the ring. At the same time, she's big-topped, has a lot of dimension to her, good heifer all the way around. Compared to some a little later in her, she maybe gets a little fuller in her chest and maybe a little thicker, the top of her neck being very picky on a very fresh, very correctly structured one. That's certainly a strong contender out here. The heifer out of the second class is just massive bodied to go along with being moderate framed. Put her in motion, and of these three, she probably gets up in her top and probably has some more faults when you put her into motion, in my opinion. And we get into the third class, this darker pigmented heifer. I love her look in balance once you get her parked there. Really fresh chested to be massive, centered, and real correct in the set to her hip and her hind leg. I think that's all hard to put together. She's probably the freshest about her neck and her chest. Maybe not as expressive as the heifer out of class 1, but so much balance, freshness, a heifer that's heavy bred. Like I said, my hat's off to you guys. This is a really good set, and I like the heifers out of class 1 and 3 quite a bit. The heifer out of class 3's look and freshness certainly hits me the hardest today. She's going to be our champion. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, your junior champion heifer coming out of class 11. That's back number 2115, Miss BBB 2232. And congratulations, your reserve champion coming out of class 2113, exhibited by Jalen Smith, Rosebud, Arkansas. Now in the ring will be your final class here in our female show. This will be class 12 senior yearlings, born September to December of 2022. Over in ring 2, we've gotten started with your open miniature Hereford show. We're excited to welcome your judge today, Mr. Luke Lemonager of Hudson, Illinois.
Check. Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's really my pleasure to be able to evaluate things here at the Cattlemen's Classic and Cattlemen's Congress. And I do want to start by saying I have a great deal of respect for everything these folks have done to put this show on for a number of years. It has a great deal of real respect and honor during a rough time when they got that thing started. To my family and this show and the people that run it really mean a lot. Folks, a really nice place to start here in your mini Hereford show, and we're going to keep things pretty functional, just the way I like cattle, and I think the way the real one that wins this class does so pretty handily for me, just strictly on the move. I think when you get this one out and get her in motion, she just walks and strides out just in near perfection. I really like her rib shape, still nice and clean about that front end like we're going to like all day long, but just one that when you set her in motion just really strides and hits her track just near perfect for me here today, and I sure like that about her because we got some real give and takes, and I think this heifer in second's really high quality too. At 6 months old, this one's got a lot of muscle. She's got some shape down her top and through her hip. It's just one that I don't know that when we set her in motion, just wants to get a little straighter up, and particularly in that hock, and gets a little higher maybe in her top. Now there's one, if she later in maturity wants to drop that top and things, maybe changes things a little bit. Well presented, well shown on both those females. Thank you.
Very competitive class of heifers here, and they're all fallborns, but they're all late fallborns. You can see that they're certainly still bred and getting closer into calving here, and certainly some differences to get through them. I think all in all, the most correct one, kind of the hardest to put a big hole in, is this one the young lady brings us that wins. Really good in the size of her feet and bone and correctness of her structure and her balance. I like her depth of flank in relation to her chest. I think she's the best balanced one. Still has some substance and bone, is good structured. She's not the neatest up through her front end, but when it still balances really good from there back. I think the one in second appears to be the furthest along, probably the closest to calf, and I like that about her. Moderate framed, good bodied, functional in her build. If it gets a little narrower compared to our class winner, doesn't have as much look and extension as a heifer in third. Heifer in third is out there, and it's kind of where you're going to put your priorities. Big top, she's the longest and cleanest necked one, has a really good set to her hip and her hind leg. Probably just gets a little shallower for me today for a heifer that's 2 years old. Like to see her be a little softer sided, a little further along in calf, but a heifer that has a lot of quality in the way she's built.
Well, congratulations over in the Braunvieh ring. Your senior champion will go to back number 2118. That's Praz Miss Mighty Wonder 69 JET, exhibited by Shelby Prazik. Second in reserve, also to Shelby Prazik. And third place, so go to Aiden Wilkin. We're now going to bring those division champion reserves in, and our judge will select his grand and reserve grand champion, full-blood purebred Braunvieh female. Over in the miniature Hereford ring, we have gotten started with our female show, first class in the ring. First place was exhibited by Emmy Kate Barato. Second place went to Jet Baker. Now in the ring will be class 2 here in your miniature Hereford show.
Well, we get out here to select the champion Braunvieh female. I've been very impressed with the show today. I grew up, we used a lot of Braunvieh genetics and bought Braunvieh bulls. They used to show as one of the main breeds at the junior shows in Texas and was around a lot of them, and haven't seen as many of them in the past, and probably just because they don't show in the junior shows. So I was driving here today thinking, you know, I haven't seen Braunviehs probably 4 or 5 years in volume per se. I'm going to wonder what to expect. And I'll be honest, I'm very impressed with the quality we've had, and that's certainly evident in this female show. Good ones from the top to the bottom. We got here for this decision of champion and reserve. It really comes down between the heifers out of the first 2 divisions and the 4th division. I'll kind of tell you what I see in each one before I select them. The darker pigmented heifer out of the 1st division, just real complete. We talked about her a few times already. Hard to put a big hole in just in terms of her build, length of stride, length of hip. Her balance is all really good. She's fresh in the way she's brought to us today. Maybe not as stout featured, maybe not wedged as wide as some of those older heifers, but really correct in her build. I certainly see a lot of future in her. The heifer out of the 2nd division's one. I love her feet and legs. She's probably the biggest footed and stoutest boned female or animal we've seen today, and combines that with being really correct in her angles, really correct in the motion and comfort of her skeleton. Love that combination. She's big bodied in relation to her frame size, and cowy in terms of her look, if you will. Just heifer that's different in terms of her balance and look, and her structure and bone is really elite. And then the heifer out of the 4th division, the heavy bred heifer we talked about, just being so fresh. I mean, she is massive centered and bold centered to go along with being really neat up there through her shoulder and chest floor and front third. I love the set to her hip and her hind leg. It's attractive, but at the same time really flexible and correct in the way she goes. I just like those combinations. It's hard to put that together in a heavy bred coming 2-year-old. So really good lineup. I was very impressed, and I think it gets close between those top 3. But let's put our hands together for all these Braunvieh female exhibitors. I'll show you my 2 favorites.
Over here on the mini side, and I didn't mean to take a little extra time, but we, like I told one of the kids, we got the place rented all day, and on these real good ones, we'll take a little time because I sure think they're worth it. Unbelievable job, and folks, we got a variety of age group and people out here, and you know, as far as young people, really really good job, and really well presented on these top end heifers, and especially these top 2. Folks, I just think no matter what you're doing, you got to kind of groove on this one. I mean, just the way she's made and the way she's built, so long and strong down that top, really stands down square and really clean about that brisket yet. But when she gets out and goes, she moves out good enough for me here today. I really like the heifer in 2nd, maybe a little bit better about her shoulder, and I think maybe she just has a little more of femininity, a little more longevity about her maybe, but I think it gets really, really close, and we're just going to opt for this one that just has flat more to her than the one we got in 2nd. Really nice job out here though, young lady. You got a little help from big guy there, but you're doing a really good job. Folks, I think the kid, these 2, the way they work back and forth together is nearly incredible. Folks, I'm going to tell you right now, one of the hardest things to do is to help somebody show. I've had to do it when I was young and still have to do it occasionally, you know, with some people we sell cattle to, and what this young lady's doing as far as teaching. But you want to talk about how to learn? When you got somebody there whispering in your ear the whole time, you're going to flat learn how to get it done, and this way this girl's going to do it. Another real high quality calf, one real well presented. I probably, like I said, love this one a little bit better about her shoulder than the one we went ahead and put in, than the one we started with. A real long bodied one. We love her rib shape, just not quite the power and stoutness of the one we used to win here today. Folks, I'm always a sucker for the green one, the one that's really fresh and probably the latest maturing, because that's the one my brother and I could always afford growing up. And that's sure what I would say about this one. I think this one has as much potential as anything we had in the class. The way she is about that shoulder and head and neck, still got some muscle shape. We just had 2 that had more to them and a little more rib shape to go ahead and start with, but another high quality animal here today. Again, another one that's real long bodied, really probably gets out and goes as good as anything we've had out here. A little high in that tail head maybe for me here today. Another one that's real probably that's got as much power and rib as anything, just gets a tick plainer about that head and neck and shoulder compared compared to some of these others. Another one maybe that doesn't have quite the fluff and presentation of some of the others, but good made and good structured. And again, another one here that's got some bone work and things, just not quite the overall quality of some of the ones we lined above them. A nice class, and I hope everybody understood my reasons, but that was a fun one to sort because the top end was sure really, really good.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Braunvieh ring, your grand champion, purebred Braunvieh female, went to back number 2115. 2115 exhibited by Ellen Zogbein of Campbellsburg, Indiana, with Miss BBB 2232. Your reserve grand champion will go to back number 2102. That was exhibited by Lauren Bonkel, Wharton, Texas, with Miss Royal Madonna. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors.
We just have one cow-calf pair today, but a pair that could certainly withstand a lot of competition, and I mean that. Really outstanding cow since he's 3 years old. Heifer, that cow has a lot of quality. Bold and strong in the way she's put together. Still real correct in terms of her structure. Really good when you get her into motion. And I love her udder, the size and spacing of her teats, how full it is. It's all right on target. Has a stout bull calf there with a lot of quality. Good pair. I think it's heifer calf, I'm sorry. But really good pair there. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for them.
Well, congratulations. Your grand champion Braunvieh cow-calf goes to back number 2121. That's Star Ellie Mae, 49H, exhibited by Kaylin Jacobs of Brenham, Texas. We'll now get started with your Braunvieh Bull Show. First class in the ring will be Class 16. Back over in the miniature Hereford ring, we have the results from Class 2. First place was exhibited by Ivy Fields with KLD Ivory 331 LET. Second place and congratulations went to Retta Heck with KB Emerald 21L. Third place was exhibited by Ariel Elliott. Fourth place go to Karen Briggs. Fifth place in that class exhibited by Red Barn Herefords. Sixth place went to Clayton Rolla. And seventh place and congratulations to Bailey Danson. Now in ring 2 in your miniature Hereford ring, we have Class 3 here in the Spring Heifer Calf division.
Good pair of Braunvieh bull calves here, and I like them both, and I think it's really close. And depending on where you lay your priorities, I think you could flip them pretty easily. I like the body type and balance of the bull that wins his shot better. Really good in his heart and forerib, really bold in that regard. A little more moderate frame to go along with having a little more body, like that type and kind. He is really stout and square out of his hip, real square out of his hind leg, and correct the way he goes out of his hind leg. I think a bull that's probably just a little better bodied in this pair, and it helps him balance a little better for me. A stout bull that's good in terms of his feet and leg structure. I see some incredible pieces in the one in second. Another one, big, stout-ended one that go along with that is really long-necked. He's got a lot of eye appeal to be very, very stout. Looks like he'll be a little later maturing, a little bigger in his kind, and today he doesn't have as much heart, forerib, or just depth of body. Getting picky on a very good bull. Like I said, I like both those a good bit. Congratulations to those young ladies.
Well, congratulations in a first class of bulls over here in the Braunvieh ring. First place to go to 21-22. That's SW Border Patrol, exhibited by Gonzalez Braunvieh Ranch of Palestine, Texas. Second place and congratulations go to Tana Williams of Perryton, Texas. That will also be your division with that class. Your next class in division will be class 18. These will be Braunvieh winter bull calves born November to December of 22.
Well, as good as the first two classes were, but I think they all fell together really nice. This one was really challenging for me. Just to be honest, I didn't know quite where to put some priorities and things. I thought the only easy thing to do in this class was to go ahead and take this one and start with it, and I thought that one did so very, very easily for me today. I just think it's really smooth made, really got some length and got some just correctness to all the way through, gets out and goes. But I just think from a muscle standpoint, I just thought really excelled the class. I'd like to maybe clean her up just a little bit about that head and neck, but she kind of also gives me one of those looks like when she gets her head up as a mature one. That's really all going to come together really, really nice. Folks, I guess what's a little challenging for me, I'm not sure really in a mini show how much to talk about performance, because I know this one's one of the lighter weight per day of age calves in the whole deal. But folks, that's as flat a cool looking one as we've had out here. I'd like to give her a little more rib. I'd like to give her a little more muscle. There's no doubt about that. But I mean, you want to talk about one that's just striking from the side, straight down its top, really good on her feet and legs, and just, like I said, just has all kinds of future. Just doesn't have near the dimension, the width, the mass to go ahead and compete with our class winner out here today. I think as we moved on down the line, we had some real give and take. So I think the one coming in next probably balances more like our one in second, but just doesn't have quite the power of the one in first. I really like the rib structure of the one the young man's got, and that one's got some real shape to its hip, but also as we get some shape to its hip, gets a little round and gets to tucking under herself when she gets out and goes. The man's heifer coming in next, one that we like her depth of rib, but we'd sure like to make her a little bolder rib when we study her from the side and clean her up about her head and neck. Same thing with this one coming next, one that we like her dimension, particularly the muscle down her top. Just when we study her about her head and neck, just gets a little plainer for me here today. Thank you.
Really nice single entry we got in here. Bull that's got a lot of power, but at the same time gives you some quality and some look. Up-headed, big top bull that's stout and square out of his hip. Good in terms of his feet and legs. Maybe comes up in his flank ever so slightly, but it's certainly a good bull. So he'll be a contender in here. We'll see him back in the champion drive.
Well, congratulations in the Braunvieh ring. Your senior calf champion goes to back number 21-25. That was Star Ferrari 43K, exhibited by Star Ranch, Weatherford, Texas. Now in the ring, we'll invite in Class 22. These are Braunvieh Spring Yearling bulls born March to April of 2022. Back in the miniature Hereford ring, results out of Class 3. First place exhibited by Taylor Mini Herefords. Second place, and congratulations go to Cameron Brown. Third place was exhibited by Karen Briggs. Fourth place go to Jace Cunningham. Fifth place went to Clayton Rolla. And sixth place in that class, and congratulations to Holly Schaefer. Now in ring 2 will be your final class in our Spring Heifer Calf division for your miniature Herefords.
Another really good single entry out here. A bull that's just massive in terms of his body and muscle and bone. And he's moderate frame, but one that would weigh a lot. I like that about him just in terms of durability. Big testicle, rugged bull. Certainly a good fresh bull that's brought to us today. We'll see him back in the champion drive. Congratulations.
Congratulations in Class 22 in the Braunvieh ring. First place goes to back number 2126. That's N.E. Skinner, exhibited by Jordan Walker of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. Now in the ring will be Class 23. These will be junior yearling bulls born January to February of 2022.
Got a nice single entry right at 2-year-old January bull. Real long bodied and long striding to go along with it. Bull's got some muscle. Probably cuts up a little more in terms of his lower body and flank, but a good structure bull. It's got a lot of muscle link to body. We'll see him in the champion drive.
Congratulations, Class 23. First place goes to back number 2127. That's Praz Mr. 12th Man, 73JET, exhibited by Shelby Prazik of Brenham, Texas. Well, I'll bring those firsts and seconds in. Our judge will select his champion reserve junior bull.
We get in this division lineup. We've got the bull out of Class 1, a little more moderate in his kind, but like we talked about in Class 1, that'll still weigh a lot, just massive in terms of his body and muscle. Still real fresh in terms of his condition up front, like the angulation to his shoulder and knee for one that packs that much power. The older bull is longer bodied, kind of later maturing kind, a little longer and leveler back there out of his hip, but not near as much just body and substance and masculinity. Like the younger bull to win in here, older bull be reserved. Congratulations.
27 and 26. Well, congratulations, your junior champion bull coming out of Class 22. That'll be N.E. Skinner, exhibited by Jordan Walker of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. Reserve champion will go to back number 2127. That's Praz Mr. 12th Man, 73JET, exhibited by Shelby Prazik. We'll now look to see your final class here in our Braunvieh Bull Show. This will be Class 24.
Got a nice single entry 2-year-old bull here, really good structured. We liked how he's built out of his hip. He's long and level and still wide out of his hip, set right out of his hind leg. I think bull's still got some width and muscle and a lot of quality in the way he's brought to us today. We'll see him in the champion drive.
Well, congratulations. Your senior champion, Braunvieh Bull, goes to back number 2128. That'll be Praz Mr. Solar Storm, 71JET, exhibited by Shelby Prazik, Brenham, Texas. At this time in Ring 1, we're going to bring in all those division champion reserves. And our judge, Mr. Cody Lukirk, will be selecting his grand and reserve grand champion, Braunvieh Bulls.
A really good lineup of bulls out here. Not the numbers we had in the female show, which was is anywhere, but particularly the four division winners. I like them all a good bit. I see a lot of quality in all four of them and think they can be used on a lot of those heifers to keep making good Braunvieh cattle. We really had a pair of good calves, spring calf and a fall calf down here. I like them both just in terms of their proportion, their balance, their cattle that still have some muscle, they're good structured. The two older bulls, the one out of the third division's one that's really an outlier just in terms of body and mass, but still real fresh, still a bull that gives you a good balanced proportional look there from the side. And then the oldest bull out there we just talked about, a little longer body, a little later maturing. Really like his build for a 2-year-old bull. It's really stayed together good structured, really good out of his hip and out of his hind leg. So 4 bulls, they bring a lot of quality to the table. Let's put our hands together for these Braunvieh exhibitors. I'll show you my 2 favorites.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion Braunvieh bull here at the Cattlemen's Congress comes out of the junior division. Congratulations goes to Jordan Walker of Tecumseh, Oklahoma with N.E. Skinnerd.
Over here on the mini side, another real challenging class, and I guess, and not to, but I think it's just as far as where these cattle are at in terms of maturity, and I don't use that as a positive or a negative. It's just where they're at, and I think this one is probably just a little more mature than the one that we've got in second, and probably as mature as anything out here. But just, I think when you just analyze this female from her overall quality, I think she just has to go out and win. I think she has as much rib and dimension to her as anything out here. I think she just has as much muscle as any of these will ever have, and when they catch her in terms of maturity, I think she's just one that balances up really, really well for me here today, and I think particularly the way she flexes off that back leg has to get around this one we've got in second. Folks, I love this one in second, and if you guys haven't caught on, I love them cattle to this time of year that are just a little greener. We like to show them for quite a while, and the heifers like this that just are in this rig just have a lot more longevity to them, and this one's so good looking from the side and just got such a overall presence to her throughout. It's just when we get to really getting down to the basics, that one we go ahead and start with just flat has more to her. She's got more ribs, she's got more shape. I love this one's potential. I just think she just got beat by one with just a tick more product and mass to her out here today. The young lady's doing a really nice job with this one coming in next. Kind of like our class winner, here's one that's really a big bellied, real massive one when we go all the way through. One again that we can really admire the way she gets off, particularly out of her front end, just has a real stride. I'd like to clean this one up in terms of her overall condition, maybe give her just more extension about her head and neck to compete with those top 2, but one we sure like from a longevity and ruggedness standpoint. Again, one that I really liked coming out was this one coming in first in class. Well presented, well shown, obviously a female, we like those things about her, got a big old top to her, but I think the more we analyze it, I think she's probably the highest conditioned of those top 3, or in the top 2 of the higher conditioned ones in those top 3, probably the plainest fronted of those top 3, but a female we do. We like her red and shape and the way she gets. I'm being edited. There we go. The young man's doing an awesome job here. I would like the way he presents this calf. He's doing a real nice job. Here's one that I think with some time, I think we get one that just gets to growing on you, get a little more protein and feed into him, is going to turn out a little bit better. And the next 2 on down the line, ones that we really like from their length and standpoint, ones that just need to be a little better structured, particularly off those back legs to be planted any higher. Thank you.
Well, back over in the Braunvieh ring, your reserve grand champion bull coming out of that final division. Congratulations went to Shelby Prozik of Brenham, Texas, with prize Mr. Solar Storm 71 JET. At this time, over in ring 1, we are going to do our group classes. First group class in the ring will be Pro to Sedan. Back in the mini Hereford ring, results out of your final class in this division. First place exhibited by Legend Cooper with Legends Lady Gaga. Second place was exhibited by Madeline Wolverton. Third place will go to Taylor Mini Herefords. Fourth place, Triple Three Cattle. Fifth place, and congratulations, will go to Jet Gross. Sixth place went to Dawson Masters, and seventh went to Jackson Terry. At this time, we're going to bring in those first and seconds, and our judge, Mr. Luke Lemonager, will select his champion reserve spring heifer calves. Well, in the Braunvieh ring, result of your Produce Dam class, first place exhibited by Jalen Smith. Second place went to Shelby Prasic. Third place go to the Star Ranch. In fourth place go to Coy Pittman. Now in the ring, we'll look for our Get of Sire class.
Boy, a really nice lineup out here, and I can't commend our exhibitors for what a great job that they done out here enough for us here today. I think as we started the show out, we really liked that one and that won that first class, and I was like, man, if all these mini Herefords walk like this one, this is going to be a great show. Well, quite frankly, they haven't. That one gets out and moves as good as anything we've seen all day. I think when we get her out here against some other competition, I think we see she's probably got maybe not quite enough muscle to her, and we'd like to strengthen that top just a little bit. But man, you want to talk about one that's built good, flat-shouldered, and really gets out and goes. She sure does that extremely well. Probably the toughest class or top pair that we had all day was that one out of that second class, and we ended up opting for that one that just had a little more shape to her and just a little more, just I want to call punch than the one we had in second. But we thought they were both awful high-quality animals, no matter what breed they were, and just matched up extremely well from a quality and just overall type standpoint, and liked both of them really good. We moved into that third class, and I thought we had had an easy class winner. This young man's getting them figured out here. This one just has got a cow road all over. Maybe not quite the show ring balance and look and attractiveness that ones on either side of her have, but just one that's got bone and the mass and just really some good things about him. Then we come into this one, and we called her later mature or earlier maturing, and I'll kind of stick with that. One that balance is sure good for us out here. Got that little strong top and coming good out her hip. Stands down really nice and square from hock to ground. Maybe doesn't have quite the flexibility that one in the first class, or maybe not that overall shape of the one in the second. One that just balances and sure has to be a contender for us out here today. I just thought I'd discuss these top four because I sure thought they all had a lot of good in them. We want to go out here and take one look. But if we got enough people around here, let's give these exhibitors a good round of applause. This makes for a nice start to our show.